Spoon, television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every keep on crazy my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you want? Yes, what you want?
It's done. Special the CEO stands up with the scroll. And your boy right in the South America. To get your information. To the food to be my spoon television.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. To spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every keep on crazy my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you want? Skididididabado. Kua, 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 kua. Wese kua, 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 kotile. Kua, kua, kotile.
Brothers need with the spoon. And your boy right in the south.
Bring you everything you need to know from the corners of Liberia, south, east, west, from the oceans and the rivers, the mountains and the forests. The whole network is all over. So let me say welcome, good evening, my people. This is Spoon Talk.
Tell you
Yes,
what's
tonight
happening
is,
in
producer,
Liberia.
sorry. My name is Lorena Henry.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Sure, what we're going to see or send up the rest of the panel.
In
A
Africa.
lot of things happen in the country today, and I know our Liberian people are concerned. They are so interested. The fact that Spoon Talk is on, it means
Crying for starvation, just don't just
it's
fall.
time to get glued to your radio,
You want to get a new
television set,
don't just spoon.
your phones, your gadgets.
You want to know what is happening more.
Spoon Talk is on. Make sure you use your
If you
loudspeaker.
don't want to make
Tell everybody you can.
Don't
Share
just
the show in groups, social media platforms.
know what happening
We are live
in
on
ministry.
101.5, Fabric 101.1. We are live on Phone TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We are all over the place. We are here for you. We want to make sure we give you all information, breaking news as they unfold. It is happening right here on Spoon Talk.
Maryland to just
107.5, Fabric 101.1 across all the platforms. We say thank you for sharing the show, relaying the show,
every ink
for streaming it.
my brother.
Yeah, there are people streaming Spoon TV live right now as we are
You
on
got
the
this on TV.
different platforms. Social media partners that partner with us. We know you, some of you we don't know.
Don't
Thank
just
you.
spoon. You want to get a news update.
And so again, let me say good evening from Liberia. Time check 9 minutes past 8.
Bamba,
Our people,
Bamba.
get glued to your radio. Start to share the show. We appreciate your presence. Those watching via social media, and you're listening to the radio. So your little small button phone so you can use it to listen to the phone. 107.5, that's the frequency. Also live on 101.1. Fabric, welcome.
Ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba. Skididi-di-da-ba-do. Kua, 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 kua. Kua, 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 kotile. Kua, kua, kotile. Yes,
Views are very important, and so we'll make sure we open the line, so you can call us, tell us what is on your mind. Maybe it is some of the things that happened today, yesterday, day before yesterday. But once it happens, we have it right here on Spoon Talk. You know, former House Speaker Jay Fonanti Kofa and some other representatives discussed this right now. So in our headlines today, from the Spoon Newsroom, former House Speaker Fonanti Kofa and 5 other lawmakers attend their first night in police detention. We also brought to you live. President Bouaga extends Eid al-Adha greetings to Muslims in Liberia and around the world as they commemorate Ibrahim Day. You know, today is Ibrahim Day. It has been celebrated by Muslims across the country, and that is why so many business places were closed. You know, even some of them that run the transport, most of the times when they are celebrating this day, we have commuters struggling to get to and fro. And of course, we're not going to bring you breaking stories from Osa, Liberia, but we talk about a Muslim cleric and former president of the Interreligious Council of Liberia is appealing to the government to prioritize the war between Israel and Palestine during discussions. All right, and so former House Speaker Jay Fonanti Kofa, councillor, and 4 other lawmakers are sleeping behind bars at the Liberia National Police headquarters. The 5 lawmakers have been charged for their role played in an arson attack on the Capitol building on December 18 last year. Those formally charged in sleeping behind bars include Representatives J. Fonati Kofa, Abu Kamara, Dixon Sibo, Priscilla Cooper, and Jacob Dibby. Representatives Frank Salfoko and Marvin Cole were released by the police with a charge. And President Bouaka has extended Eid al-Adha greetings to Muslims in Liberia and around the world. He praised the spirit of sacrifice and unity during this holy season and wished pilgrims safety and blessings during Hajj. The president called for national unity and urged Liberians to keep building peace and cohesion. Following the election of Liberia to the non-permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council, a new Muslim cleric and former president of the Interreligious Council of Liberia is appealing to the Liberian government to ensure that the war between Israel and Palestine is put on the table for discussion. We have been celebrating our, election at the UN Security Council. It's non-permanent seat. Liberia has won with 181 seats. People have been celebrating it at the same time. It has turned political in some way, but at the end of the day, it's about Liberia. So we have different stories that happen across the country. And so we want to welcome you. We don't want to see you and the rest of the crew come on. They are going to talk about it. They are going to break it down. They are going to analyze and present it to you. You also have your own chance to share your own views. So call us now on 0777-771-075 or 0555-101075. And let's talk about it. What is on your mind? What is it that you want to talk about? What is that pressing issue? That thing that is disturbing you, that troubling you? Only here you have the chance to discuss it. Right here on Stone Talk again, we'll welcome you. Please share the show. All of our viewers, we see you. We appreciate you. Welcome. Make sure you share the show, please. Let's start talking to you. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Manan.
Yeah, welcome to the show. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
Thank you. My name is Daniel Kere. I call you from Vibiro, Oro Vibiro.
Daniel, what is on your mind?
Thank you for your platform. Let me tell Greco Coburn, let me tell him thank you for how we're doing. And then when you get home back, and then either your friend that get home back when your friend die, when you're ready to bury that person that got home.
Hello? Hello? 0555-101075. Hello, sir. Are you there? Okay, he left the line. Good evening.
Yes.
Welcome to Spoon Talk.
Yeah, how you doing, madam? How's the day with you?
If I say my day, what you do about it? Please tell me where you calling me from.
You're talking to Zobanya Zina, and I'm calling from Tongma Boy.
So what's on your mind, Chief?
What is on my mind are a few things. One is an advice. Two is an recommendation.
Go ahead quickly, please.
Okay. One, the way young people of our country today will take issues as a peer to this government, I think it is wrong. The police are performing their duty. We must all really relax and organize so that they will be able to carry on their functions. When it comes to court proceeding, the police also give them charge sheet to go to the court and so that they can work on. Fonantikofa is not against the law, but Abu is not against. It's not above the law, and the rest of those you see the police call are not also above the law. So they must all be able to submit so that the law can be the law.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 777-771-075 0555-101075. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm okay, sir. What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
Thank you. I'm the political plug Bumba in Power.
Is your name?
Oh, yes, I'm a new plug with.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Thank you. I think you're my mind. And I want to be very laconic. You know, when President we are won in 2017, the first year of 2017 to 2018, 2020, 2019, 2020, the country got so tough. Until some all cross to Ivory Coast, we started breaking people, cocoa farm, rubber farm, all that in Ivory Coast, and coffee farm, just to survive. and we let suffering just to survive. After President we are one with Liberia. We were not here causing noise, making noise in the country. Liberia coming boy. No. If you believe that Liberia is so difficult that full of people come here every day from Guinea, will come here to earn a living. And you feel that as a Liberia country so tough that you can make it to the city that all did. We went to Ivory Coast, we were British Cocoa Farm, we were British River Farm, we left there until President we had 2 years that was a calamity. We came back after it was over. And the second thing I want to say is the issue of the issue that hanging over our dear brother and our lawmakers, from a lot of people. Nobody is above the law. You know, I just saw a release from one of our mayor, Akara Gray. Look, Akara Gray served as lawmaker for 12 unbroken years in this country. Everything he did over there, it was just about himself. He didn't even in his own party for his wedding. He took it to Paris. Nobody in Liberia is more a fool. So to come out today and say he will govern Liberia, no, nobody going to follow Akara. Look, the law is the law. Anybody who committed the agreement, I will believe is hampering the peace and development of this country. The law will deal with you to the letter.
Thank you. Your point has been well taken. Let's take another caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, you live on the show.
Yeah. My name is Mo Bobo, calling from District Number 3, Masurado County.
Let's hear you, Mo.
Yeah, my talking point going to my government because I support the government. Those are being iron bar, let it be there. If what they accuse on, the law should take a full. Okay. And we, the Liberians, we should not protest anything here because that money, they come on, we don't want suffering. That means we don't know about government. No political activity should be done there. I think we know that also politicians, but the law be the law. My second talking point going to my president. This country here we suffer for so many years. They are women there in a bush, they go playing their lay rubber, then they sort of make money out of it. Let he try. The way the farmer crying on him that they must before someone say 1 cup run from here, you paying it outside. They must put high value on it that we they come from us can make money in our lay rubber there that we playing.
Thank you, sir. All right. 077771075 055510175. Good evening. Yeah, you're live on the show. Good evening. Oh.
Thank you. My brother on you.
Congratulations.
Let me say this right to Akage and the lies on Spunto. The law is the law. So those days are past to say to be sit down to inside the Liberia. All the more what they were making and they come and prevent their own, what they can now go prevent their own to their houses. They be about to the once you what did they come. That is above the law. They point that place. Nobody knew what gets to know. Whether the Funado or the not Funado, but because of him, the money. So he would take the liches. He did it.
Thank you.
And the constitution in that I beg you, let me the constitution we got to rewrite the constitution.
Yeah.
Article 42 say if any lawmaker make a statute statement or 30 statement in a chamber while in a session, that it will not be held reliable. He or she will not be held responsible. But no, the man made that statement. He said, we'll burn here and we'll burn the John timber. And right after their protest, the day after they play God on fire. It didn't know your case, I don't know whether they now burn the play. Or the big more they will make it around, we see that. Nobody is more than the government.
Thank you, sir. 077771075 055510175. We have to give chance for others to put in their views, whatever it is that is on your mind that you want to talk about. Everything is politics in Liberia. Yeah, there are other things you could talk about too, as you call us. They see you in a group, will come on, it will break everything down for you to analyze it. But at your country, you have the right, and to talk about whatever it is that is on your mind. We need to, let's take you. Good evening. I won't speak for you. Good evening. Hello? Yes, what is your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Joseph N. Boaga, and I'm calling you from Chicken Factory.
All right, Joseph Boaga. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what is on my mind tonight? Firstly, let me thank you for always letting the Liberian people mind of what happened in the country. What in my mind is concerning those who are invited to the Liberian National Police Headquarters for investigation. whatsoever outcome that comes from the Liberal National Police, we should abide by the law and then give the police chance to do their work.
Okay.
We don't want no embarrassment from the other public side to say, oh, police are not doing their work the right way. Let's give the authority the chance to do their work.
Okay.
That's
Thank
my
you.
concern.
All right, sir. 0777-1075, 0555-101075. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, what's your name?
I'm Brother Joey Kelendo Story.
Okay, brother, what's on your mind?
Around my mind tonight, we are living in a democratic country. Threatening the state currently is not very good. Since the state currently, when they were in power, they lavished a lot of things. Because they had the power in space 12 years, they had no impact. Some of things, if they want to protest, they want to do that, let them take that children, let that children be influenced. But they suddenly put children who struggle to become something tomorrow, and they put them for, they say, I will do this. Now, all the people that are causing the trouble, they want to do that. Let them put their children ahead of them, and just follow the decision there, to go there. They might be using poor children. I can't spend the way they come in and say, we'll do that, we'll do this. The people that didn't be in that Francisco and did it, let them go through the process. It's why due process of law. When they go through, they're not there, and they be getting that, and let them be getting the free. Let go them for our investigation. If through the investigation, they will work. They will explain themselves.
Thank you. All right. 0777-771075. At the same time, we appreciate all of you that view on the show. We know you are sharing the show on your pages, your profiles, with your different groups. Tell your people to gather. It is time to come and listen to Spoon Talk. Come and watch, come and learn, come and listen to the different views of the hosts. 0777-771075, 0555-101075. Yes, we see you. Winston Cooper, Boland Dwet, James G. Twine, Alfred, we are saying. Let's welcome you, J. Molba, David M. Palais, Robert Komona Ifa, David M. Pele, Winston Cooper, Mar Mool, Winston Cooper, you are there. Nathan Warney, Grateful Paul, Peter M. Conner, Ish, Justin V. Yasia, and Steve Vugu, and the rest of you that are there will say welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Joseph, and I joined your company.
All right, Joseph. What's
this?
Lorena,
thank you. So, look, Lorena, at this time, I do not see CDC, I do not see anybody or any other party. My foremost concern here is Liberia. The path we are trending on now is kind of difficult to comprehend. I normally listen to a guy, parading various radio stations. How when other people were in power, he left, he went to pressure more people, Coco, something. Well, that's what you chose to do at the time. Nobody sent you. What we're discussing is what is going on in this country. Anything on the negative will affect everybody in this country. And so I think we should not be having too much love for George Weah or Joseph Boakai and allow the country to perish. Lorena, I listened to, let me just conclude on this. I listened to Richard Kuhn. Richard Kuhn has brought himself 2 different times to the public now, making statements, and nobody's here to ask him questions for him to explain further. Of recent, Richard Kuhn said everything that went on, he apologized to the Liberian people. They orchestrated it. So, Lorena, if I orchestrate any negative thing at Spoon, and then it happened to expand, do you think I will not be one of the primary suspects? Yeah, Richard could just go on. He said they orchestrated everything. I am now saying he brought the error, but something that he orchestrated, now it has led the country to this level. Can he also be questioned? Thank you
very much. All right. They say you talk your own, I talk my own. 077771075, 05551101075. What is on your mind? What is it you want to talk about? Right. Yesterday was World Environmental Day. It was celebrated worldwide. Liberians celebrated too. You want to talk about that too? You are welcome. This is your chance to be on the show. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, what are your names, sir? What place are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Peter K. Joa, calling from Johnsonville, to be precise.
What's on your mind?
What on my mind is about Accra, Bose Accra Grace.
Okay.
Bose Accra Grace don't have any understanding now to implement manpower together. The country is now a violent country. We all need peace and the law got to take a course. Bose Accra Grace must find place to sleep. He got no force to put manpower together now in this country. He can't make it. I just be more you want to show race. He can't carry anywhere. Most of the country now, zero money for the own district you are in. He refused to get on development in that district. He remained there. He remained in that district until up to he left there. The prince went and took it out. Any zero money person that will be in the lawmaking, he will not be able to lose that here at that time. Most of the country is now zero money person. Now you are trouble, so let you find place to sit down so we can move ahead with our country.
Thank you.
He just making for nothing because let him find a place to sit down. Let the law take a course. This is Liberia not for him. This is not CDC government.
Right.
This is United Party government. We didn't put the government into power because we made mistake. We were not by mistake. We knew what we needed and what good for others. What we put the government into power.
Thank you very much. 077771075, 05551101075. Good evening.
Hello, Lorena.
Yeah.
I come on to Josh from GSA Kisi Camp Community. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I appreciate your all the where we tell you thank you so much. Because it's not easy to everybody will listen to you, Lorena. So I think on my mind, I just want to appreciate President Bouaka, our president, are working hard for in this country to see Liberia to be better. I have to go to my room. We appreciate so much. 2029, Liberia will be changed because we see a lot of things President Bouaka doing. I know he gave me job. I voted for him. Everybody in my family, we say voted for him. I job my family help women. Voted for President Bouaka. Our job. We appreciate him, the thing he's doing in the country here.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, thank you so much. And thank President Bouaka, thank you so much. All his colleagues then. Those people that want to don't want to respect President Bouaka, let me put them one side.
All right.
Because they are betrayal. They want to see the president down for about they are lying because they love Liberia. So thank you so much, Lorena.
You're
God
welcome,
bless
sir.
you and God bless President Bouaka and God bless Mama Liberia. Thank you so much.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amina. 077771075, 05551101075. Call us and be on the show. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Lorena.
Yeah, what is your name? Where are you calling from? What happened? You're excited because you're listening to Sponsor, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah. Normally, the shows, help to de-stress my mind.
I know. When the show comes on, people can be so excited. Like, I've been around and listened to people how they gather, people in traffic, everybody tune to Spoon Talk. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. This is Friday Air Week song. So, Lorena.
Yeah,
Lorena, if we will just sit down and be thinking, look, Lorena, I think CDC is the only opposition party in the country. The Unity Party is successful in purchasing all the opposition voices. We got one opposition with one Liberian who is an independent voice in Alexander Stanton Waterspoon.
I tell you.
Waterspoon, I one person that me admit I used to, disagree with him and even get irritated. But then he has proven to me that he was not doing this because he only wanted a Unity Party leadership. The man did not even go 2 years. He's speaking out the ills in the country as if he is the biggest opposition leader in the country. Somebody who is in the United States, who is in a comfort zone, is speaking out even more than the party. So I recognize him to be the only independent voice, and I see CDC to be the only opposition party. But Lorena, let me conclude. Where we are trending is dangerous for us. Omer Bwakai and his elite, they should concentrate. Before you get to where you are today, you were once like all yesterday. Lorena, like somebody said, the speaker too now, the speaker just confessed. Can we ask him for him to go a little deeper, let him know the thing that he said they caused it? How you cause it? Why you cause it? We know that you're getting normal politics in there. But now it has brought us to a serious difficulty.
Thank you, sir.
Can we ask him some questions? So finally, Lorena, I think as Liberians, we should get our acts together and join Waterspoon, to speak out, because there will be no more Joseph Boga tomorrow. There will be Liberia. We will be no more. There will be Liberia, and the precedent that they are setting in this country is dangerous. I will not criticize Gray, because the statement Gray made, people have made statements like this in the past, and people continue to make this statement. Go on George Carano page, Lorena, and read for us what he just posted concerning this thing. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, 077771075. Call us and be live on the show. If you're there, we are here. I want to make sure we get you through. Your voice must be heard. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. How you doing?
I'm okay. Is everything okay, sir?
Yeah, I'm on the oral. Everything is okay in the oral here.
All right. So what is your name? Where are you calling us from? And what is on your mind?
There is coming from the oral Phoebe Road. The first question I want to ask you, because like they say it's not confirmed. What I'm hearing, is it true that the former speaker and all the police have been remanded into prison tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we the Liberians should be very careful, so we can get back to where we came from.
Where is that,
This,
sir?
I'm talking about this running around the war issue. These people not be the one to do it. The past war that we fought in this country, just few people ran away from here because they feel they're unprotected, and the very broad war will start running around here. We don't want to be repeated anymore, because I just feel like you aim at someone here and there for which you just to do it. Because people have the money to leave this country, but you myself don't have money, Lorena, to leave this country. So let the law take a course. They let take the course the rightful way. It should not be like you aim at someone. No, we don't want it. Because when it kind of thing started, I myself to get better again in the street.
Oh.
And because children, the children are going in the street. They want to say, oh, they put on the children around here. No. Their own brother and sister, your 9 month pains that are going in the street. You didn't ask them to go to the street because of broke, they don't have money, they need money, or someone get one or two set, now they get in the street. These things are not correct. Now, let me get a different issue. Mr. Waterspoon have been saying something about Aston Metal here and there. Is it a billion-dollar company? Why should a billion-dollar company, their workers, when they had an accident and foot got broken, they treat yourself? When you treat yourself, we reimburse you. Or Cape Man, company in Cape Man, their family can take treatment anywhere in Monrovia here, but not Aston Metal.
Thank you.
Even your head boss, they will say, treat yourself, we can't reimburse you. So we don't know who owns the company. Do that a shareholder. Maybe they facilitating some criminals around here, Boko Haram people. We don't know. Like, bro, they'll be very careful though. They'll be very careful.
Thank you. 077771075 055510175. I keep reminding you about the numbers. Call and put your point through. Good evening.
Good evening, Eddie Lorena.
I'm okay. You're live on the show.
Thank you. That's about that, man.
All right.
You know, Eddie Lorena, sometimes I hear people, they will say, oh, what we can, people are going to get fair. They start out walking into Liberia. Literacy was so high. Young people were in videos of success. BSc holder in one community, you will check 10,000 people before you see one BSc holder. Master degree, you check almost about 25,000 human beings before you see one master degree. But they Liberians are open. Liberians know what good for them. Nobody bring you war. So if a group of lawmakers or group of librarians sat down somewhere, they were just chatting and they did something that was wrong, and the police called them for investigation, then somebody say, oh, I want brought this chairman and all that thing, I may want to come. No war is coming anywhere. Even if President Baka today does wrong, the law will call him for questioning. So no anybody scared here. The law is the law. And close up. Those who calling people children to get in the street, let me advise, because me, I'm a former citizen, let me advise my citizen brother then. I can't get $1 in America going to school. The Canadian who today calling for questioning his children and his wife in America, they live good life. All of their children are in country going to school. Don't get in the street with anybody. If they wanted to be passionate, they couldn't free Joseph Maziko today and what the man expressed Afoko. So the police are very impartial with this situation. If tomorrow Mr. Kofa is free, he will walk away with no problem.
Thank you.
Nobody intimidate anybody scope political point here. No sedition. When they were enjoying, they were suffering. They will not use her today as a pole to get in the street. In the world of Mr. Lester Tenny, I beg you, you sit down, you look at the process. It will be impartial. Today, 2 sedition law are free today. If they get problem with them. So if the city have to go for, he will be free. Nobody fool anybody will get in the street. I beg you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. Let's take another caller. Good evening. Good
Hello?
evening. Yeah, you're live on Spoon Talk.
Yeah, this is Jonah Jones on Lane Street.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, this thing about police arresting lawmaker putting in jail, talking about all that abortion, all the one. So what are you talking about? So they building and they put burn. People burn daily looking for somebody who burning when the police doing their work. The police who doing which one? It's the people that burn daily. Let us show them. And I'm more in the country. And you feel that you love the country more than any other person who love the country too. But we can't say we look at posts damaging the country in our country, then we look at them. So let it discipline people that let it discipline them. Thank you, man.
You're welcome. Welcome to Spoon Talk. If you are there, it's a reminder that you are listening to Spoon Talk. We are right now receiving calls. We put your calls through to be a part of the program. 0777 1075 0555 101075. We are live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We are live on Fabric 101.1 FM. We are live on Spoon 107.5 FM. Time check 21 minutes, clamping up to 9 o'clock in Liberia. And so if you are there, whichever country, continent, province, the fact that you are listening, you are watching, we appreciate you. 0777 1075 Good evening.
Good evening, Sister.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
what is on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind this evening is we all are Liberian. We all own this country, and this country is governed by law. If any other thing that going on contrary, let the Lord go into it, and any other person who will be indicated should solve that problem. Law is governed this country. This country, our own time is almost fishing. None working, and then everybody ran away, and small our time passed. And
when you say your time passed, what do you mean?
I mean by the war carried by small which is
you all are
which is backward. But no war coming in the country, and this country. Everybody will be in peace. If you go against the law, the law will haunt you, and then when you forgive it, will solve your own problem. So everybody will be in the country in peace. Let the law take its course. Nobody will get on street. Those who get on street saying they like they themselves, they got nothing to do.
Okay, thank you, sir. 0777 0555 Call us and let's hear your own view. What's on your mind? What's disturbing you? What is it that you are concerned about? What kind of point you want to put through? This is your chance. Good evening. Yes, you're live on the show. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
Oh, this is Omen Dicklin and Company Matali.
Okay. Tell us
I
what's
want to know how many thousands of people are Accra Grepo in the street today. Yeah? Now the question, let me answer.
Okay. Thank you, sir. 077771075. Let's take more calls. Let's take you. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm okay. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Mother Johnson. I'm calling from District 10.
What is on your mind, Mama?
I'm calling the young people today. They must not get in the street. Let the law do a uno thing.
Okay.
The law blind. It doesn't have eyeball. So when the lawyer they go in the court, they will talk the case. If the people are not wrong, they will go free. But nobody must get in the street because it will not help them. Let allow the law in Liberia to take its course. Thank you, Mama.
All right. You are welcome. Call us and be on the show. You have a chance. This is your chance. Make sure you get it out of your chest. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, you're live on the show. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
This is Ayuba Kroma calling from Ghana.
Okay, Mr. Kroma. Happy Ibrahim Day.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you.
What is on your mind?
The one that on my mind this afternoon is we must not look at the case who they represent the case. The government must go far. The government must continue to the last. It passes reach to the labor system. People are work for people. Look at Metro State every day. People demonstrating for their pay. The only thing that's suffering in the Bronx today, where for people without pay when they wear the city, it's one of the big things that's suffering in the country. You work for the government when they wear to pull you outside, you go outside free. You didn't get money to pay lawyer, the lawyer wants money. You go work for any company today, when you don't get a lawyer, anytime they ready to pull you out, they will pull you outside. It's one of the bad systems there in this country. And they try to avoid that.
The labor law is your concern.
Yes.
Right.
Look, every day, better see people, black people stay on the road, not paying people. Like, it's not good. Ask somebody to work for you, time to pay, you start all kind of things happening. It's not good. Really, that one embarrassing. Need a record.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll take more callers. 077771075, 077771075, 055101075. If you are there, we'd like to invite you to be a part of the program. Call us and be on the show. See you. Good evening.
Yeah, sister, how you doing today?
I'm okay, sir.
Yeah, you sent me the link too late.
It was Eno, sir. You didn't see him.
Watch that chat in the studio. I hope he's not touching something.
Yeah, he's out right now.
Yeah. How you doing? Everything all right?
Yeah, we're fine. Thank God.
We are grateful. I want to say thanks to everyone. Thanks to every one of you that joined us today for such a great coverage. Every one of you. You guys came over, man. And everybody followed the news out there today. So we got a lot. We'll be speaking to lawmakers. We'll be giving you making our own opinions, and we will ask you, our fellow Liberians, what you think. But something historical today. So Lorena, are you done taking calls? Sorry that we're going to start the show, in a different format today. Augustine Gonga, how you doing? Widow Willie, Francis Jada, Fred Tambasino is in the house. Where is Junior, Fred? We're going to bring in Bobby Gibson is here. Duade Daniel, Duade is here. Robert Gibson as well. Bobby Gibson and Robert Gibson, Philip Bala from Pennsylvania, PA, New Jersey, no, Pennsylvania, USA. Political Big Daddy. Ambassador Ethno Cody. All the guys going to come joining. All the guys going to come running. We want to say to all of you again, sit back, relax. We will discuss this issue because this issue is of national concern. Today, you follow the information here on Spoon by the Liberia National Police exactly. They did something big today. Where is our people? They didn't put anything up. Where is the guys? Today, former Speaker Councillor J. Fonati Kofa, Abu Kamar, Dixon Siebel, Debbie Jala, Priscilla Cooper. You know, these guys were indicted today, charged today, and they are currently somewhere in police custody. Again, we'll discuss it. We also want to say to all of you, it's really important that we speak to George Calando. George Calando, one of the lawyer representing Priscilla Cooper. We'll be speaking to Musa Hassan Bedete, French Safoko Jr., and then we will be here, Moses Akaris Gray, Abula Mame, Councillor Lafayette Good, and Councillor, as you call him, Gamade Clinton, and the rest of the team will be here to discuss and let you know, and then we'll hear from you. Wherever you're joining us from, we want to say welcome to the sponsor, Lorena Honoré. It's good to have you, sis.
Thank you very much.
You're going to complete your phone call while we upload some of the videos and some of the very important information. I want to hear from the Liberian people their take on this historical day. Again, every day Liberian making something new, but we will be discussing. What we discuss is exactly what took place today. It will be the only discussion for tonight. All other conversation will be later, but we will get deeper into this conversation. I want to welcome every one of you. I'm saying to you, it's a busy day. We've been busy on the phone with our sources, and it's a big day today. If you're joining us from any county, Moserado, Grand Crew, Grand Jita, River Cess, River G, Maryland, you're joining us from Bombing, Bapaloo, Kipman, going down to Grand Bassa, talking about Bon County, Lofa County, Nimba County. Am I missing another county? Name them all. River G.
Yeah.
I got it. I call Bapaloo though.
Okay.
You think I got them all?
No, not
okay,
all.
No. So listen, I can name the 15 counties, except you want me to make them 17. But it's a serious day today, so I want to be serious. I'm going to start again. Moserado, right?
Yeah.
McGibbey, Grand Bassa, Bon County, River Cess, River G, Maryland, Grand Cruzano, Grand Jita, Bapaloo. We'll go down to Bombing, Grand Kipman, Lofa, Nimba.
Correct.
I got it, right? Thank you. Fubi, I know Fubi, you're working on your sources, but welcome to the show. We got a few more minutes to listen to our people out there. Share the show, guys. Let me recognize some of you. You know, we're going to get in this thing. We're going to get in this thing firing. Her Excellency Clara Williams, Bobby Zina White is joining us right now. Bill Barber, Jefferson White is here. Helen Nikoku is here. Antonin Wimpe, Samuel is joining us. Sam Harris is here. Mose Nukwe is here. Augustine Gongo. The name is Dennis Valerie P. Zam Dennis. Bojes Lomandi, Pierre Campbell, Ambassador Edmund Cordy, Man by Political Big Daddy, I call your name, Adolphus Thomas, and a lot of folks joining us. Lasanan Kanan is here, and John Bryan, representative. Who's this representative? That was a little bit. Christopher Seyon Kumet is here. James David is in the house. Nok Sibu is here. Sabreman is here as well. We can say that political party are meeting right now. CDC political party, they are meeting right now. I don't know whether this is after the fact, but hey, to each his own. We will be discussing issue, but I can announce to you, seditions are meeting. They are on conference call. And again, what's your take? Should we just get into this thing and we'll go for 5? I'm too hot. Should we just get into it, or we should just wait 5 more minutes? I don't know. I'm hot. I don't know whether both councillors cancel each other, kicking each other out. Well, I don't know about juicy, but I want to get into it. Yeah. You know what, Lorena? Let's take a few more calls, right? Let's take a few more calls, and then we'll come back. And I want to so, Councillor, welcome to the show. It's good to have you, Fubi Herons. It's good to have you. If you want us to get into it, I'm open. We got a lot of information coming up, and we'd like to get into it. But Lorena, let's go back to our people. Let's just hear them real quick.
Okay, so 077771075 055510175. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're live on the show. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Robert Johnson, calling from Ria.
Robert Johnson, what's your take?
Rihanna, I have to tell you something. See, what kind of government you want? They don't have to run a country. You're not going to power for wake on. Don't just arrest somebody, you put charges on them. The only thing I have to tell the government, we have a bigotry that over the country. They must be careful. That's all I have to tell you.
Okay, thank you. 077771075 055510175.
Can I take this one from here? Your name and where you joining us from?
Rochester, Minnesota. My name is Lekovie Dolo.
Mr. Dolo, talk to us.
Today's a great day. Why make it great?
No, my man, the other day you were insulting me, man. Look here, why you were being insulting me? You calling my phone?
Yeah, no, man, I got to you. People are not behind us.
Oh, so we'll pass by that one now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what made the day great is the law of the land will not be strong until they take control on the bigger people. That's the only time you get a law to be strong. So right now, everybody knows now that there is law in Liberia. When Senator does run, they go after you, they will catch and the rest of it. So I mean, just let the law play out.
Thank you very much. I forgive you this time. Next time there will be no law. Bad, man. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yes, your name and where you joining us from?
I'm Sam Harris calling for Super Support.
Samir, talk to us real quick. We're moving fast on the fast train right now.
Mr. I'm afraid that your discussion will be nice tonight, man. But I don't want for Captain Philip to spoil your whole discussion tonight. Because you always want the negative side.
All right, thank you very much. I don't know who you call Captain Philip, but let's go ahead. Your name and where you joining us from?
I'm Eugene Grams, calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Jimmy, talk to us, my friend.
Hey, man, I'm calling to give Nelson Colette a scrap with the Liberian Council of Churches. They had no business to even go down there for a police investigation. And, you know, I thank God for the Liberian National Police. They did a job well. Hopefully the judge or the judiciary branch of government can do what it's supposed to do. Proud to you, Nelson. And I love God, praise God every day. For some places are just not meant for the Liberian churches of what you might call.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Alfred Cobart, and I call you from Minnesota.
Alfredo, talk to us, my friend.
Yeah, CEO, what's happening in our country, what I can tell members of the opposition bloc is that as much as the government is willing to follow all the processes that lead to due process, let it play it out. But actually, what on my mind has to do with the Liberian embassy, CEO. I don't know if you ever applied for.
So we'll get them, remember. Today we'll tell me what happened, though. I beg you back. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. We'll talk about the embassy, yeah?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, it's a serious problem, man.
Yeah. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hi, my name is Mark Tupa, and I'm calling from Maryland.
Talk to us, Mark.
Yeah, Stenta. I'm a little bit confused with sedition. I learned when doing the speakership when CDC said the law is the law. Now the law, we should all respect the law. I was supporting the majority black, but later on I got to know that the Supreme Court was right and Liberia needed to go by the law. They took these guys to the police station.
Real quick, my friend, real quick. We got the line going crazy, please.
You're right. They went detailed over to the court. So if you think they have been accused falsely or wrongly, they have lawyers. Let a lawyer go and plead. Why you going to talk about war will come, this will come? Nothing coming in our country.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Good point. Good point. I like that. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, CEO.
I'm here, my brother. What's your name?
Thank you. This is Shelton Brewer. I'm calling you from Norfolk, Virginia this afternoon.
Talk to us, Shelton.
Thank you, CEO. You know, CEO, I don't know what really we want as Liberia. You know,
Every time we want our country to be compared to other developing countries, but we don't want to respect the rule of law. I saw a lot of young people on the street today trying to, I don't know, to obstruct justice or to do what. And somebody has been accused. It's better the person go before the law and go exonerate themselves. Why are they going there to say they're going to protest certain group of people? I think it's kind of bad for our country.
Thank you.
Everywhere in the world, if you want our country to move forward, we should know how to respect the rule of law.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from?
Hi, my name is Neil. I'm joining from Fargo, North Dakota.
Talk to us, my friend.
Yes, CEO. I just got two questions to ask about this Capitol building. I want to know the day before the incident or the day after the incident, how did the speaker, the presiding chair leave the chamber? Or is it only one-sided investigation is going on? Can you guys make it clear for all tonight so we can understand what is really going on in our country?
Definitely. We'll try our best to have this conversation. Thank you. Thank you for calling. Let's take a few calls from Liberia while I pause on this. Can you come in, Lorena?
Yeah. Okay. So we already have callers on the line. Let's talk to you. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, you're live on the show. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
CEO Moses Jesus calling from Corway.
Okay. What's on your mind?
What on my mind is about the court. When you go to the court, you cut your rate. If they charge you for the rate fee at $10. As many times you go to the court, you'll be anytime they suspend a case in the court, you call another rate, you pay the same $10. But all that money that you don't get you receipt, they don't get you anything. Where that money going, whether you go to the government or where the money going, or whether they put in the court either, because the same people in the court taking all the money from people eating it, they're not giving it to the government. That the same people are judging people for criminal acts. So this is why on my mind. And CEO, you're going somewhere, I win, you get my money here.
I will put it on a ship and send it to you. You better call down for your money. Leave me, man. Thank you for calling, though.
All right, let's take you.
Hello?
Yes, you're live on the show.
Hello?
Welcome to Spoon Talk.
Yeah, good evening to Spoon FM family and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia and good evening to you there, to Lorena Honorary. By the way, the introduction, I'm Alfonso A.F. Kamal. I'm very happy today to be celebrating my Abraham Day. So that's all I have today. I'm not playing politics and not for any other reason. But I want to tell my Muslim brothers and sisters around the world in Liberia, let us celebrate our day in Breda with peace and harmony. And we're going to enjoy our country with peace. So that's all I have. As I'm speaking right now, I'm telling with my friends, they need to keep some time with me. So I don't have much to say tonight. So I'm just happy for our Abraham Day celebration. So thank you, Spoon family.
You're welcome. Happy Abraham Day.
Happy EID.
So that's Abraham Day. I'll see you.
I was saying, man, happy EID, right? And Abraham didn't call EID.
It's not Eid Mubarak. It's Abraham.
But I'm confused now. People posting EID and Abraham Day. I don't know which is which, but we tell them happy Muslim Day. Whichever it is, we say happy Muslim Day to you. Yeah, I don't know which is which.
It's called Tabaski.
Okay, now you're adding another one. We got EID, we got Muslim, we got Tabaski, we got Abraham Day. Which one I would say now?
Tabaski.
Okay, happy Tabaski, happy Abraham Day, happy Muslim Day, happy all the day. Let me take this one real quick. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, Senator, this is Nate from Charlotte.
Talk to us, my friend.
Yes, sir. How you doing, brother? You want to take my call?
You are live. Talk to us.
All right, man. Senator, let me look my TV real quick. This is Nick calling from Charlotte.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Just want to talk about what's going on right now in Liberia. We thank God everything was peaceful today, and let the Lord take its course, because two things I want to say to you real quick. During the Civil War, the executive marshal That capital building was never touched. But all of a sudden, a bunch of individuals decided to disgrace our country. It was disappointing when I woke up one morning and saw that thing on BBC. But let the Lord take its course. Okay? And I was just calling to let the Lord take its course. And thank God it was peaceful today.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you for letting me to come through. Okay? Lorena, I'm gonna bless Lorena real quick. Send me a song with Lorena. I'm gonna bless her real quick because she did a good job.
Okay, I was saying her number. You will call her. Okay.
And sis Glenny.
I mean, I was saying all of the number. I was saying all the female number. You can call them. I mean, bye. Yeah, man, you only have a phone as if to say this is dating connection line. But again,
I'm the jealousy.
Man, you only have a phone as if to say we also gonna issue. Yeah, well, you were blessed.
See what I did for today.
And when he blessed Lorena, I will send my number there. Then he sent it to me. Before you go to Lorena, I will take a transfer fee.
Come on, if you fear your own spoon, stop being so serious.
Yeah, you're on camera though. I want to say to all of you again, welcome to the show. Let's have a great program here. It's only important that Richardson, you're not driving, right? Are you?
No, I'm not driving. Yeah, hello, how you doing? Yeah.
And what you're doing is not distracting to the driver.
Actually, I won't be here for long. But Lorena, I'll call. I just wanted Lorena. I'll call you. Yeah.
Okay. But if you don't want to call Lorena, you can call on the phone. Why you have to come and break us down program?
That's yourself.
No, but if you're not driving.
I'm not driving. I'll be driving. You see, I sit in the back.
So let's see the driver.
Why you gotta see the driver?
To clear all doubts. Let's see the driver.
I'm in the back seat, man.
Let's see the driver to clear all doubts.
Look, you mean my sister-in-law sitting in the back?
I'm not talking about your sister-in-law. Let's
see
the driver.
You're not allowed to see the driver. The driver want to be doing the work.
It's very, very concerning that we see the driver to clear all doubts.
But then I hold the show.
Thank you.
Also, we'll hold the show?
Yeah.
All right, bye. See you.
Whatever. Whatever. See you later.
Later. I want to say thanks to all of you again. Let's have a great program today. Welcome to the show, Governor Clinton. Governor, it's good to see you, Councillor Clinton. We got Phoebe Harris here. We want to say thanks for joining us. Says Glenny, as always, we will be getting to the serious issue. I don't know you guys. I don't know you guys established relationships.
My birthday coming.
We gotta discuss some serious. We gotta discuss some serious issue here, guys. Let make it important. Most ability will be coming on the show. We'll be speaking to George Calando. I want to call George Calando first.
Why you cutting me short? I'm talking about my birthday. George Calando and Musa are more important than me. What kind of day is this?
Today, the more important than you today.
Wow.
Yeah, today, the more important than you. Don't gonna get nobody hard time. Your birthday, you 56 years old, we come to it.
Yes,
all right, we're gonna jump into the conversation right now because it's the only way we gotta make progress. I want to say to all of you, you follow something today. Before we bring in George Calando, let's go to you first, Governor, Councillor. Well, what's your take on what took place today? You're muted, Clinton. Are you with us?
Look, I think today's happening is worrisome given everything that has been happening from the very onset of this entire Capitol incident. And let's be clear, we respect the rule of law. We want to see our country progress on that path. But I think what is worrying a lot of people, including myself, is that this process has been marred by a lot of impropriety from the very beginning. And so this is a concern. It's not that we don't want people, the government taking actions that ensure that people respect the rule of law, follow the processes of law. We are worried about the abuse of power. We are worried that the influence, the level of influence at the highest level of government in the processes leading out to today's arrest is what's concerning, and hopefully we get into those details in a little bit.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to bring in Glenny. Let's talk about what you heard today, what you saw on social media. What's your take? Welcome to the show.
So I was very busy today. Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. Hello to all of the viewers. I was busy, but I did see snippets of it. But I'm sure I'm going to follow along. I'm trying to read and catch up. I would hope that if the people that I know that there are some people arrested today, I hope the government have the evidence that they need to prosecute them. Because, and I hope also that whatever they're doing is legitimate. So I'm just reading from Page Africa now. But I did see one or two postings about it. So we're here to comment and we'll follow along with what the story says.
Thank you very much, Gladys. Again, to all of you out there, thank you for joining us. Let's make progress. You will be part of the show by way of your text, your messages, or your call in. I want to bring you in, Councilor Gould. Welcome to the show, my friend.
Thank you. Good evening to all my fellow panelists. Well, stand on, like we said yesterday, why it's true that we are not playing active role now because of our assignment. Are you getting me, stand on?
You good? Go ahead.
You're getting me?
Councilor, you're good. You're fine. Go ahead. You're good.
Maybe he can't hear us. He looks a little.
Before we come in.
Yeah, and good evening, everybody. And look, today, like we said yesterday, when you have these things, it's good to allow the process to go on because we all claim the country to be a country of law. So once we stand by that, it's something that we should always allow. It will not always work in our favor. It will not always lean on the side that we on or the people that we support. But we have to play by the rules. And I always tell people, I don't care what we do. There's only one code system we have in Liberia, and we have to follow them. I don't care what we do, how we hate the police. There's one police in Liberia. We gotta work with them. And there's one health ministry in Liberia you gotta follow. So it's just obvious that we all play by the rules and follow the law and let the legal process work. And after that, we'll see the outcome of it. And they are all those that were charged, they stay innocent until proven guilty. So they have legal remedy under the law to have their team of lawyers to go there and do the needful.
So thank you very much, Phoebe. Can you hear us now, Councillor? Can you hear us? Talk to us, sir.
Yeah. So like I said, Stanton, the Ministry of Justice spearheads prosecutorial activities in the country. The police does the investigation. I'm not too sure whether the Ministry of Justice had reviewed the police report before the IG came up with the statement today, because some of the things that he said, some of the charges that was read, I'm still having some issues, but I'm sure the Ministry of Justice will review the police report, and then the indictment that will be drawn subsequently will definitely have the proper charges, laid or contained therein. But this is a process. We all have to look forward now to the court process, believing that the people who are accused will get justice. We will give them justice. The platform will be made available for them to exonerate themselves in the court of law. So I just want to caution everyone to look up to the court now, that where we are, and let us see what justice has for the people. And I will caution my colleagues in the government that the energy that we have applied in reaching this conclusion, we should also utilize the same energy to correct some of the wrongs that we did. It's not late in the past, the tenure position, the abuse of power, and the lawlessness in the legislature. The other side of it, if we can get it done, then we are on course. But I think this is a process which will get a chance to, and let's see what justice has for the people. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Let's welcome Dr. Bopla. Dr. Bopla, welcome to the show. It's good to see you. You follow what took place in Liberia today. Let's hear you. What we got into the conversation, we want to get the folks involved. We got a lot to cover today. And I want to say thanks to the entire Spoon Network, to Madam Titi, the CEO, and the entire team for the fabulous, fabulous day. Dr. Bopla, welcome.
Thank you, CEO. Good evening. Lorena, good evening to all my colleagues. Good evening to Liberians and friends of Liberia who are watching and engaging all around the world. Keep doing that. You're making a difference. Today, the big day on the ground, big in terms of anticipation, anxiety, traffic jam, police throughout streets in Sincor, all of those things. But as far as the thing before us, I said last night, and I say again tonight, it has, it's risen to a level where we all know that there are a lot of political implications, national interests, all of those things. That said, to Councillor Gould's point, let's give this process a chance. I said that last night. Restraint, be responsible in our comments, and be patient with the process. I was encouraged by the speaker who said today he authorized, I believe, the Judicial Committee and the legal team of the legislature to be present. And he said that the legislature had interest in making sure that all of his members are given due process. All of us have interest. And I would call on the government to be transparent and, of course, be diligent in this matter. But let the process work. I have faith that that the government can do that. Let the process work. Let's stay engaged, though, but let the process work.
Thank you very much to all of you. I want to say again, welcome to this Phone Talk. Let's dive into it. It's been a very, very long day for all of us. We were in the back making sure things happen, and thank God everything went according to the network plan. To all of you out there, Winston Swain, Jerry Greaves, God Favor Comfort Noma, Thomas Molaya, my niece Guy Logistic, and every one of you out there joining us today. Rich Kamara, I want to say just continue to share the show. Go on Facebook right now. Share the show. Say Guanganu. Just share the show. Let's be very, very on point with the discussion. Yesterday we left from here. Akaris Wasagre will be joining us shortly. Isaido will be here. I believe Uncle Sam is coming, and the rest of the guys will join us. But let's just go ahead. Today, imagine 5 lawmakers, 5. Former Speaker J. Fudachi Kofa, Dixon Sibo, Abu Kamara, Presidio Cooper, and Jacob Debbie. We can talk about the rest. We've been talking about those staff that were arrested. But I just want us to touch this today. This is historical, folks. Those of you that join us, what's your take? To hear the announcement from Gregory Coleman, the police IG, that they have charges against this man and Priscilla Cooper. The allegation that it took part in the process of burning down the Capitol building. Now I want you to look at your computer, your TV, but just listen to us on radio if you are. And just tell us what you think. I want this to sink in your mind. I want you to understand that this is very serious. This is no joke. 5 lawmakers, 5 of them today were accused by the Liberian government through the Liberian National Police of different charges. What you think happening in our country today? What's actually going on? Wherever you find yourself, CDC, Unity Party, ANC, you are a Liberian. But today, you see the former speaker, he was arrested and charged. What's your take? You need to share the show. We'll be listening to Dr. Bopler and Phoebe Herons, to Councillor Gould, to Councillor Clinton, to Glennie Genius. We'll be listening and we want you to participate today. But I'm going to take this picture down. I'm going to take this down and I want you to listen to Gregory Coleman when he was reading those charges. We'll take our time because we're not discussing anything today. From start to finish, our country has taken a whole new turn. So let me take this down. And let's go through the charges when Gregory Coleman, the police IG, was laying this thing out. 1, J. Funanti Kofa.
Honorable Kofa, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, used his official office and staff, particularly his Chief of Maintenance, Thomas Etheridge, to coordinate sabotage efforts from as early as November 2024. Etheridge, who has been charged, worked directly with Honorable Kofa's office and cited instructions from higher authorities in his coordination efforts. He also rated his connections and over in our collection referenced by his authority, from above, order from above, order from the chief, back and forth in all of his coordination. Our Kofa rule is being, his role in this issue is being investigated on the charges of criminal conspiracy due to credible links suggesting that he was strategically involved in orchestrating the broader plan to obstruct legislative process and damage the national infrastructure. Charged with the following, as such, he has been charged with the following under the revised penal code: arson, criminal mischief, reckless endangering another person, criminal attempt to commit murder, criminal facilitation, criminal solicitation, and criminal conspiracy.
I want us to start with the former speaker because this is the bigger face. And they are all lawmakers now, equal to equal, but he served as speaker during this impasse. And I'd like to come to you, Councillor Gould. Reading those charges from the IG, presenting the case against a sitting lawmaker and a former speaker, this is huge. Let's hear you, Councillor.
But Stanton, it is not strange to us in this country that a sitting lawmaker will be held accountable or held to account for criminal actions. We saw it with Roland Kine. Roland Kine was held for murder, and he was prosecuted and later acquitted. We saw Soko Brown during the Taylor regime. In fact, he was expelled for shooting one guy along the Bombay Highway. So we are seeing this thing. It's not the first time it has happened. So that's why I said if the evidence is there, my brother, and nobody is above the law. If the evidence is there, you prosecute whoever is involved. The only thing is that you should prosecute them on the proper charges, because if you miss it, then you create into your case.
And so I still think that the Ministry of Justice need to review, because what he was saying was just, I just press statement, so maybe it was not conclusive. But I'm sure that at the conclusion of the investigation and the preparation of the indictment, I'm sure it will be more precise as to the actual, role that the people play and the violation of the law, that role they play was or is.
So let me move to the other councilor here, Governor Clinton. Governor, folks are saying they want to listen to this again. Maybe they were on second shift, like Sis Landy. She just came from work, and people really want to listen. But I'm going to start with Jeff Fonati Kofa. Councilor Kofa walk in the Liberia National Police based on request. Say, my man, we got to talk to you. Come over. The same day request yesterday. It was right on the floor on Thursday. The lawmakers then saying, listen, these guys want to go in. You got Councilor Kofa and the rest of the guys. Councilor Kofa walk in there with some of his colleagues, his lawyers. Yeah, we are today. He's behind bars. Let's listen to the charges again, folks. You have to pay attention. This is a big day. This is very, very interesting, and we hope you take note. Let's listen to what Police IG Gregory Coleman had to say concerning Councilor Jeff Fonati Kofa.
Honorable Kofa, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, used his official office and staff, particularly his Chief of Maintenance, Thomas Etheridge, to coordinate sabotage efforts from as early as November 2024. Etheridge, who has been charged, worked directly with Honorable Kofa's office and cited instructions from higher authorities in his coordination efforts. He also rated his connections and over in our collection referenced by his authority, from above, order from above, order from the chief, back and forth in all of his coordination. Honorable Kofa rule is being, his role in this issue is being investigated on the charges of criminal conspiracy due to credible links suggesting that he was strategically involved in orchestrating the broader plan to obstruct legislative process and damage the national infrastructure. Charged with the following, as such, he has been charged with the following under the revised penal code: arson, criminal mischief, reckless endangering another person, criminal attempt to commit murder, criminal facilitation, criminal solicitation, and criminal conspiracy.
Councilor, let's hear you. What's your takeaway listening to the IG Gregory Coleman?
Look, I think those are very interesting charges. I mean, it's interesting. The guy who the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia just announced, was the legitimate speaker, and all the actions of the members of the majority black were illegal, is the guy who the police are accusing of organizing and attempting to sabotage the legislative function. I find that it's such an irony. On one hand, the highest court say this guy was operating legally, on another hand, you have the police saying that he was the wrangling Lila, attempting to obstruct legislative process and bring down the Capitol. But again, I saw the councilor go. Look, we as proponents of the justice systems have to respect the processes, and we want to see that if people. If the police have enough evidence that people commit crime, then we want to see people go through the process. From the very onset of this program, I said we have concerns, though, given how the government had operated and continues to operate, from the very onset of this thing. I've said in the very beginning, you had a president who, prejudiced this entire investigation. When the Capitol building was on flames, while the building was on flames, there has been no preliminary investigation, and announced that this was the work of Thor. At that point, no one was certain if this was electrical fault, this was the work of of Hamas. We didn't know at that point, but the president has said that he was followed by this very police director who said this was arson, even before we have investigators, come to the country to make that determination. And so I said from the very beginning that the police was going to follow Lee. But let us not also forget that you had people, including Edric, who was mentioned, who said accused the police of holding them illegally outside the constitutional timelines. So it is not that we don't want to see Liberia as a country where the laws are respected and the processes are followed, like Dr. Proplet said. We want that, and we want to see that followed to the letter. But when you have a government that has behaved this way, that have hinted that they are willing to violate the fundamental rights of people, have the NSA hold people outside and refuse them access to lawyers, these are all facts that have been abused on this very platform. Then that is the problem, and we are worried that whether this entire process is going to be fair. And now,
thank you. Let's just take it away from the surface, and then we'll come in the middle and get to the end. Tonight we will have this topic as our only conversation for tonight, but it's a big one. Fubi, we played Councillor Kofa, his charges. You listen to the RJ. What's your takeaway?
Yeah, so firstly, it's funny to hear Councillor Obi saying that because the Supreme Court ruled on one different case, so that same person cannot be charged for criminal mischief and conspiracy. It's so funny. The two cases are not related.
Fubi, I don't want to interrupt, but I think there's a comprehensive comment because I didn't say anything like that.
Remember, wait. Yeah, so the two cases are not related. So you cannot say because the Supreme Court said a man legitimate speaker, so the Hassan cannot be charged for illegal or attempted murder, burning of the Capitol building. And like I said yesterday, and I said earlier, there are a lot of things that took place during the whole speakership saga. And the greed for power will cause people to go to every length to do certain things. And right now, none of them are guilty until proven by the court, so they are all innocent. So I urge them to gather their team of lawyers and make sure that they go through the legal process. But I can't doubt the charges against the former speaker, because there's one man that said he will fight to political death. This is one man, and we saw people from his group that willfully went to their colleagues, broke down chairs where the guys were, the chamber the guys were using. They went there overnight, over the weekend, broke everything down, and claimed that it was some contractor that were coming to work. And the contractor later denied that there was no plan to even do contractual work in that chamber. So there are a lot of things that the guys did. Pepper spray their friends and gave order that there should be no session until he arrives in country. So these are all pointing fingers, and to even hold the country hostage or attempt to hold the country hostage for that long, all these things speaks to the wide swap. So it's only fair that they go through the legal process and let the Supreme Court, the court, give them either a non-guilty verdict and they can walk away a free man, or guilty verdict. And we know, because I've served for 75 years, in exact 75 years, from the laying of the first cornerstone to see that Capitol building being burned down broke my heart, and many Liberians across the country. And so we're all interested in seeing this having a legal conclusion, and we're good that at least we have the case on course. And so let's follow it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Poplar. What say you, Dr. Poplar?
So Stanton, again, I want to re-echo what Fubi said. The case before the Supreme Court about the speakership was the case about the speakership. The lawyer would know that you deal with a set of facts presented to you. I find no relationship between that and this particular case. In fact, this case was not before the Supreme Court. So two very different things. So I can go to court today and be acquitted or whatever on something, and tomorrow be charged for something else. The charges are serious, and I was writing them down as IG was reading them. They're serious, but I do want to caution all of us, they are just charges. They are charges, and people are always innocent until proven guilty. Councillor Gu made a very interesting point. He said the government need to be careful to make sure they have the right charges, because when you put forth charges and you don't have preponderance of evidence, you run into problems. So for me, I like to wait and see. Today is a big day, but I think as a democracy in a 177-year-old country, we should be in a position where we can handle anything as long as it follows the rule of law. So let's give this a chance. We'll keep talking our own, but I will still say let's be responsible in our comment, let's exercise restraint, and let's be patient with the process.
Fellow Poplar, thank you very much. You just brought in Rudy today. So we said, Rudy, thank you very much. Glennie?
And the computer do the whole thing. And the AI generated computer.
Glennie, let's hear you say so. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. I don't know how many times you will welcome me, but I'm here. But anyway, I want to echo what Dr. Bropler said. We have to be very careful. I'm sitting here and I'm listening to Fubi saying that he cannot doubt that the speaker is guilty. We all must be careful. These are allegations. We're not lawyers. Me, I'm not a lawyer. But there are lawyers here also on the platform. You can come and present evidence based on how you know it. You can list all the things that you can do, all the video recording. We must give the law a chance. It was wrong to burn the Capitol building. If the government has the evidence on Kofa or anyone else, they must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But we must be cautious in what we say and how we say it, because we can get proof. We're just talking based on what we've heard, what we've seen. We cannot just be unbalanced in our approach and say things that we want to say when people are listening to us. I am not in favor of the fact that the Capitol building was burned down. And like I've always said, if the government has the evidence and they can convict these people based on the evidence that they have, then they must be prosecuted. That's all I would say. And like the Councillor Gu said, these charges are no joke. They're serious charges. So I hope they got the evidence to back some of these charges, because some of these people will get lawyers to fight their cases.
Thank you, Glennie. Thank you very much. Mommy, welcome to the show. It's good to have you.
Thank you, Stanton. Fellow panelists, good to be here today. We follow the police director's indictment, but you know we've been following this thing for forever. Something was very important in the statements he made. He emphasized the strength of what he considered to be the evidence they have. If you have the time, go back and listen to the portion of the video. He said they took their time working with external actors. They pull all metadata, geospatial geographic data that map the location of individuals. Those are strange, at least for me. Maybe Councillor here, he's been with them before, maybe he knows. Those are strange features in the evidence gathering process in Liberia for me. Using geospatial data to follow people where they were standing, how many persons were standing there based on metadata from their phone number is strange for me. It gives me hope that the government is proceeding based on evidence. Because now they asking, are you just relying on testimony? He said, no, I'm not just relying on testimony. With someone calls, they have CCTV footages. They use metadata to capture geospatial location of where certain group of people were standing at specific time in the day, in the night, their movement. Then I decided to go back to research, and I realized that their technology is possible. That based on your phone in your hand, they can track your movement. They can graph it using geospatial tools. So it gave me a little bit of hope, or increases my hope, that the government is proceeding based on evidence. But like we always say, proving accused person is not guilty until proven guilty in the court of law. We encourage the government to pursue the case based on the evidence it has. We encourage those who are being charged to allow the law to play out. Fonati is a lawyer. He went to court with a most disturbing case against the government, or against the reputation of the government. 2 times he won at the Supreme Court. 2 times. If the government wanted to just use the court as a kangaroo against him, they would have used it and just threw a case also. But they gave him victory 2 times because the law will allow the law to play out. In this case, let's allow the law to play out and watch the evidence display and the defense provide their counter argument. That's why we pray for Liberia to be.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say to all of you again, people are commenting, continue to comment. We'll flag your comments. We want to say because of you, we're going to have a great discussion today. Continue to share the show. We'll open the phone line. We want to hear from you. You must call tonight. You must be part of this great, great, great historical day in our country. I understand my brother Councilor who said, well, it happened before, but it never happened that in one day time they charged 5 lawmakers. That have never happened in the history of Liberia. It have never happened that they charged any lawmakers for the burning of the Capitol building. That have never happened in the history of Liberia. It have never happened that they have charged the former Speaker of the House of Representatives for Austin. That have never happened. So we have a historical day here. And you can say it have never happened that they have charged 5 opposition lawmakers the same day. And this is what makes this a historical day. And that's why we need to speak to our Liberian people home and abroad. So I hope you get your cell phone ready, and I hope you're ready to contribute. But before then, we'll hear from Colonel L. Remy Gray. Let's hear you, Colonel Gray.
Thank you, Stanton. Lady Glenda, hi, fellow panelists. I do. You know, Stanton, this case from the get-go of this incident, some of us, you know, we've taken special, you know, keen attention to it because this will showcase the government that it's up for justice, regardless who the Liberian or the individual is. And Mame pointed 2 specific situations where an opposition was granted his will at the highest court. So that demonstrates some level of impartiality from the part of the government. You know, Stanton, some of us, we are the victim of false accusation, falsehood, all kinds of things. So when somebody will look at a well-documented situation at the Lutheran Church by international organizations and including the TRC, well, will come in and levy allegations. So we're very cautious about how we accuse other people because it's victimization. It's not a good thing. So now that the police director have spoken, it just brings to mind some of the modern, you know, means of investigation that our national police, is adopting. And I was surprised. A modern police force will use geospatial tools in order to be able to locate. I remember the bombing of the marathon bombing in Boston. They were able to use those kinds of technology to be able to trace exactly who the culprit were. And I'm glad Greg has introduced some of these kinds of tools into modern policing. To be frank, they're all preponderance of evidence, but that does not mean anybody is guilty as such. But I like the trajectory, the road that the investigation is taking. I'm not going to look at this with a political lens. I'm going to look at it for what it is, and people are trying to bring people who, haul carnage against our system, people who burn down a remarkable historical structure in Liberia. So we have to be able to follow this case and don't look at it politically. I think they're on the right path.
Thank you very much. Well, we're going to ask the Liberian people. We're going to ask us here. We just listened to the charges against J. Funati Kofa. Let's go to the next individual. That would be Representative Kamara and Jacob David. Let's listen to the charges.
Honorable Abu Kamara, District 15, Montserrado County, and Honorable Jacob C. Debbie, District 3, Grangeda County, were reportedly present at multiple planning meetings and facilitated logistical support, including coordination with actors inside and outside of the Capitol building. Their involvement underscores a deeper level of political motivation and conspiracy behind what was initially perceived as an isolated act of vandalism. The both are hereby charged under the revised Penal Code of Liberia with arson, criminal mischief, reckless endangering another person, criminal attempt to commit murder, criminal facilitation, criminal solicitation, and criminal conspiracy.
There you have it. I know we got to go to the phone line. Musa is coming out, by the way, and George Kalano will be calling in. But we're going to wait 10 p.m. in Liberia. These guys will come on, and that will be 6 p.m. our time. Councilor, almost the same charges against Jacob Debbie, and Abu Kamara. Councilor Gu, I'm sorry, we got two Councilor Gu.
Yeah. So Stanton, that's what I said, right? I wait for the indictment because the police charges is one thing, and the prosecution review can come up with amendment into the charges, and then which will be contained in the indictment. So I look forward to seeing the indictment coming up from the grand jury to see the actual charges that will be levied against individuals, because I still think that there has to be some amendments. In my opinion, I think some amendment need to be done in the charges. But before I close on this one, Mamelin just brought something to my attention. I hope it doesn't, I don't hit anybody tonight. The geospatial stuff, which is very key in all of the investigations that will be conducted, especially those investigations that will reopen. So you will know where was Samuel Twe location on the night of the death of what the guy named, the auditor. You will know where Valitele and what his name or Koji was on the night of the death of Shala Musu. So I think that is something that that the police can introduce, because the geospatial technology can go as far back as 5, 6, 7, 10 years to get locations of people using a cell phone. So that information, I think the police can do better in all of these investigations that are still pending, and we'll gather the right information. So if it's what they use in this case, then it makes the case it makes the government case stronger against these persons who have been charged. Thank you.
Again, those are good questions.
I put our short recording in the chat room just in case.
Yes, I'm uploading it. I'm uploading the recording. Clinton, what's your takeaway? Allow me to play the rest of the 2 charges, right? And then we'll just close up on it because we got. Wait, Clinton. Well, just any one of us. With the 5 lawmakers, are you surprised? You think that 5 of them charges has any merit, that it was okay that they charged them, or you think that the IG charges went above? I mean, what's your take? All 5 of them, including Priscilla Cooper. You think somebody shouldn't have been there? I mean, let's start with you, Governor Clinton. What's your take?
Look, I don't know. Like Councilor Gould said, this is the police. What the police are. I mean, I didn't even watch the statement, but I mean, for the short thing you just played, there's not a lot of facts to support the charges, so it's hard to make any kind of informed decision. You have to, again, like I said, we have to read the indictment. When you read the indictment, it's going to give a little bit fast to support those charges. So I think we look forward to reading the indictment when it comes out, to say because people were doing X, Y, and Z, to support whatever the government is charging them with. But to a previous point, for anyone on this platform to overlook the political undertone to this entire prosecution, I think that's just disingenuous. We've all, from the very beginning of this thing, we've discussed a lot of the improper behavior of the government. We've discussed a lot of the missteps of the police in this investigation. We discussed a lot of the constitutional overstretch in this particular investigation. You can't overlook that and just wish that the process is going to be fair. When you talk about a fair judicial process, those are some of the things you look for. There's been police misconduct in this investigation that has been ongoing. There's been misconduct from at the highest level of the government. You can't overlook that. So for anyone to just say, look, let's just brush over that and now just hope that this process is going to be free because Kofa went to court before and he had 2 victory and therefore this process will be free. I mean, you just been disingenuous because look, you still have a verdict that.
Well, let me ask you a question, Clinton, and we're going to run through. Are you saying that the police or the government of Liberia are wrong in bringing charges against the 5 members?
Oh no! If the police have evidence, that's how the process should work. If there is enough evidence, there's probable cause to believe that these individuals committed the crimes, then of course the government have to charge them. What I'm saying is you cannot overlook the fact that the police arrested, the NSAM police arrested people who are not in custody of the police and held them beyond the constitutional limits. You cannot overlook that those people were denied access to their lawyers. You cannot just downplay the fact that the President of the Republic of Liberia, who directs the police, who directs the Ministry of Justice, just hours after the Capitol building was on fire, went and stated that this was the work of talks. Without any kind of investigation, you can't overlook those facts. When we talk about going into this investigation, you can't overlook the fact that this process has some political undertone to it. Again, it is now in the hands of the judiciary. We are going to watch and see what happens to know whether the government is going to further influence this process. These people will be indicted, will be brought. Whether the decision of the judges as political commentators to whether to grant or deny bill based on the gravity of the situation, based on the ties that these people have to the communities. Those are the decisions we'll be looking forward to and see how things are going to be ruled and make more determination as to whether this process is still being influenced.
Dr. Bople, take it away from Councillor Clinton.
I'm not sure what relationship Apple have with oranges, except that they're fruits in the basket. To keep making this case that, oh, you didn't do right over here, so you're going to be wrong over there. We all follow that. There's missteps everywhere, including the great United States, everywhere. So we do that, and we'll never follow the rule of law. We'll never go to the justice system. Again, to Glennie's point, the counselor, the former speaker is a counselor, so he went to court, and the court ruled in his favor. So we have to trust the process. For me, I'm saying let's pay attention to where we are. The issue right now is the government is saying there are 5 persons who they feel were involved in something heinous. From the charges of the police to the state prosecutors, you go from charges to actual indictment. So the lawyers for the government will look at it and say, you know what they want? Ain't all right. They want let lead, they want ain't got enough to back it up, all those things. So when the indictment comes, then we'll see with clarity and a degree of specificity that this is what the government is saying. Then we move to trial. And then all the other things that we hope to find out will start to come day by day, you know, and that kind of thing. So they're guilty. I mean, they're innocent until proven guilty, all of them. We stay there, right? And we watch our language. We don't castigate people. We don't put people down. We don't paint ugly pictures about them. They're fellow Liberians, and they are innocent until proven guilty. The state has an interest to make sure that crime that's committed does not go unpunished. So let's wait and see. The next big step would be in the process of the indictment, and then we'll know more, and then we'll see.
Dr. Bobler, we got some information coming in. People question whether they were denied bail. You know, the question, why are you keeping them? Do you have 48 hours to keep them? With that, and then, you know, influence from the outside to hold them for 24, 48 hours. We got a lot to discuss tonight. And again, we're going to do this second round. Then we're going to bring in CMC political leader, Musa Hassan Bility. Well, we're going to talk to George Calando. George Calando is representing Presidio Cooper. And again, I think the representative, Frank Safoko, should be speaking as well. I want to say to all of you guys, continue to share. You're going to get so interested. Remember, Frank Safoko appeared, but the leader asked him to leave. J. Melvin Cole also left. So you have 5 people in custody right now. Let's hear you, Glennie.
So wait, real quick, I just want to say, Stanton, to your point, I did ask somebody who would know about the case today on the inside, and I said, why aren't they on bail? And the person that he just said, they couldn't get bail today. Does it mean it's not bailable? I don't know. But I say it couldn't get bail today. So I asked that question and say it couldn't get
we
bail.
have an answer. We got an answer to that question. We understand that, yes, indeed, bail was available, but we'll get to it. Again, we have people on both sides that are giving us information that is necessary. These are fair questions. Whether I learned today from our sources, Glennie, that these are bailable offenses. So I stand to be corrected, but let's hear you.
So I think everything is just unfolding, and gradually we'll get to know. But I wanted to just point out something that Mame said that I disagree with. Fonati Kofa went to court. The Supreme Court was not going to be influenced by the executive branch. So to insinuate here that the government could have thrown his cases out, I think that's wrong. If he went to court, if the law was in his favor, he won the case, That doesn't mean that if the government was not fair or if the government was not balanced, they could have thrown, or if they wanted to do something fishy, they would have thrown the case out. He won the case. Plain and simple. Move on to the next. But I think like everything is happening fast. Police people are also talking. The police people are also prepared for this because I'm sure they have. I'm going to stick to the fact that if they have the evidence, they will prosecute them when that time comes. Unless Gregory Coma is working here or is on this platform and saying to me, these are the things I have as evidences, that's it. Until we get to court, then we're going to do that. But I'm not going to come here and say anyone is guilty until they're proven innocent. So let's just make sure that the police have the evidence to fight this case.
Fubi, talk to us, Fubi. On the second round, the argument remained. The police say, listen, we got hard evidence, we got voice recording, we got video recording, we got we went to space, we brought in space technician. They are working with everything. We got everything, and we're going for indictment. Bam, these are your charges. Talk to us.
Yeah, so firstly, like I said earlier, I don't doubt the charges against Kofa. but they are also innocent until proven guilty. So I still stand by that, and I don't regret saying that because I laid a basis for which I say I don't doubt the charges. And the police has all right to charge you. The police is in charge of the safety of the country, the peace, to maintain the peace of the country. And when these kind of things happen, the first thing we want the police. The police, the peacemaker. So we all got to give the police chance to be able to do its work. We cannot be prejudging the police. We hope the police got evidence. We hope the police got evidence. It's not about our hoping. If the police never had evidences, they will not indict the people. The police invited 7 persons and told 2 to go. They said they're still looking. If they find something against them, they will call them. If not, they're free. They can go. Why the police didn't indict all 7? And so you should know that the police said they have substantial evidence on the 5. So they indicted the 5. I mean, they charged the 5. So you can't be saying, we can't be trying to brand the police as some kind of Omen Baker that does not know what he's doing. The guys, well, they articulated their issues. They gave all the stuff. So all we have to do is to give the benefit of the doubt. Like we said, all of them are innocent until proven guilty in the court. So now it is the government's responsibility to the Justice Ministry to come up with the indictment and let's have the ruling. I mean, let's have the court hearing, and after that, there will be a verdict, whether either guilty verdict or non-guilty verdict. So we gotta give the process a chance. The law is the law. The rule of law, of course, people cannot be now trying to want to push the law aside. This is the same law they push. This is the rule of law that they said they stand by. So if they stood by it before, they should stand by it now. Let's give the law a chance to work. And, you know, we might not all trust the justice system. Like I've always said, I don't trust the justice system, but we have to deal with it. I don't usually go to police because I don't like dealing with that, but that's the only police we have in the country we have to deal with. We don't have no other police that we have to deal with. So the police has the right to go through this and come up with whatever stuff. And so let's listen to the police and follow the case through. At the end of the day, if the guys are not guilty, they will be set free. If they are guilty, they will be rightly sentenced, like others were done in the past. So it's only fair to give the chance. And that's why I said with all the legal that's what I said last night. A better house as a who. In 30 seconds, we'll know all the results. We'll not be wasting our time here talking about who guilty, who not guilty. Thank you.
So thank you. I would try to squeeze us back onto the serious matter today, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be coming to you. Let's finish up with Mambe and Colonel Everett Gray. We'll go to the phone line and hear you. You got to be on 30 seconds, give it your best shot because it is only important today to hear from the Liberian people. What you make up of these charges, again, just to remind you, we have J. Funati Kofa, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dixon Sibo, Abu Kamar. Dixon Sibo is from District number 16, Moserado. Abu Kamar is from District number 15. You got Priscilla Cooper, the only female that was charged today, and our brother Jacob Debbie. Again, this is a big day in our country. Wherever you find yourself, we'd like to hear from you. It's only important that you contribute. Where are you? What are you thinking right now? The law is the law, or you think it's political influence? You think it's political pressure? We would like to hear from you. Mambe, talk to us as we welcome the Honorable Moses Akaris Gray to the program.
So answering 2 questions, you said based on the police statement today, everything that been going on, I really thought it would have pointed more towards Melvin Cole. Based on his role in everything I saw, running around and all the shouting, government want war, we'll get in war. He was marching with the troop in the Capitol building. I really thought that Melvin Cole would have been one of those linked. But then, based on what the police had, they said they never had sufficient evidence. So that was my own shock. Like you asked a question, what shocked you on the list? That was shocked me. I really thought Melvin Cole was there. Regarding political,
so before you move on, let me ask you though, what about Priscilla Cooper?
I mean, she was part of it. I mean, I was not shocked to see her name there. Honestly, I was not shocked to see Priscilla's name there. I know Priscilla was integral in everything that was happening based on the information that I have. I knew she was integral. It was not shocking to me.
Can I move around the block? I beg you, mommy. You will still reserve your time. Real quick, Glenny. Were you shocked about Priscilla, though? That's the reason why I appointed Priscilla. Were you shocked, Glenny?
Since I don't have any evidence on any one of those people, I got no connection with the police. I don't know what stories they're sharing. I only know if the police, and I will say it again, just like Fubi can say categorically that he believes that what's his name is guilty, I can also say the police must have evidence. If the police have the evidence, let them prosecute them. That's just
Thank you. Thank you. That's the reason why I went to you. But thank you, folks. Again, those will be our question coming up. Welcome to the show, Asido and Moses Akari Square. Mommy, finish up, please.
Yes. So I mean, you really made me to slack here.
You lost your tongue.
Yeah, because you brought Auntie Glenny in and she just. But anyway, the point I was making was I was shocked with Melvin Cole, not being included in that. And then I was moving to the second question, which is the heated political debate. The politicizing the case. The case is political. Now, that would be the message of people who support Fonante. That's fine. You can make the case. It's a political case. But we'll bring you back on historical trend. Let me remind you, Fonante Kofa was the lead prosecutor of Vani Sherman in the Unity Party government. Fonante, when he was prosecuting Vani Sherman, the United Party people, I just want like Brempo to prepare themselves for the drama. When Fonante was prosecuting Vani Sherman, the United Party people, la political case, Ellen using Vani Sherman, Ellen using Fonante to prosecute our party chairman. They ran all on the street. At the end of the day, the case went to court. At the end of the day, the case was adjudicated. Under the CDC government, Vani Sherman was free. You see that? Under the CDC government, Brennan Samoka, CDC talking to court. They went through the case. United Party people were on the other side. The political case. They went in the street.
The CDC took Vani Sherman to court?
No interruption, please. 10 seconds.
I can't remember the CDC.
No interruption. I am a moderator right now. No interruption, please. Mommy, continue 30 seconds. No councilor coming interrupt here. Go ahead, Mommy.
They took Brennan Samoka to court. When Brennan Samoka went to court, the political case. They're using the political case. At the end of the day, the verdict came. Brennan Samoka lost his seat. He did not go to take his seat as a senator. Verdict was made through the court system.
Thank you, Mommy.
Fonante, who prosecuted Vani Sherman, later on came to CDC government, is the one being prosecuted today. You hear in the same story. The political case. They want to wish harm. No, Glenn, let me learn. At the end of the day, all the noise, the case will go to court. A verdict will be made, whether guilty or not guilty. Don't be distracted. Follow the court process.
Thank you. Conor Gray. Let's go to Councillor Gu first, and then Conor Gray and Honorable Gray.
Welcome. Councillor Gu speaking.
Okay, then Conor Gray, go ahead.
Glendy.
You're the moderator now?
Yeah, I'm the moderator.
Some of the things that facilitate investigation process is to introduce some credible findings as well from external sources. That's why they'll call for an autopsy, or they'll bring in somebody who has forensic knowledge to peruse some of the pieces of evidence that they will produce on either side. So in this case, I want to believe that now that they're introducing some sophisticated technology that can think beyond the human mind, that lends credibility to the process, in my opinion. If you feel that the other guy manipulate the technology, then show us how. But otherwise, we're going to rely on some of these kinds of enhancement in our investigative process, because Fubi is talking about Sassy Wood, but that's not scientific. But all of these pieces of tools that they're using, some of them can be, most of them are scientific, because that's why they will have lie detector test, and this and that, and all of that. Now, this government, I don't think we want to pursue this matter if it was based purely political, because they got what they wanted. They wanted a change of speakership. They got the speakership. So what in there now they're fighting? But the Capitol was gutted with fire, and preliminary report finds it was arson. So that's a crime. It's a capital offense because it's against the state. So I want to see some prosecution. If it's not capital offense, as Lafayette is shaking his head, but a crime was murdered against a state structure. So that makes it very, 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 it's poignant in my own opinion. We have to be able to find who did this. I don't think it was just the building just stood up by itself and was guarded on fire. Investigation have shown that that's not the case. There's a human element to it. So who did it is what some of us are interested to hear and know, not the political part.
All right, thank you. Honorable Gray, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me say good evening to all. Again, the basis for which we argue that this case is a political case. The theory upon which this case was built was political. It was an internal fight within the legislature, a political fight to remove the speaker, that it should be used in the law. One group split one on the other side. The executive chose to do business with one group against the other group. With all the speaker not even resigning or still remaining speaker, the executive withdrew the security from behind, effective immediately. The executive took the budget and sent it to the majority. The executive did not only stop there. The executive decided to send officials to the quote-unquote majority with all a speaker. And the presiding officer was illegal by the Supreme Court ruling. So the executive transformed the case itself into a political battle by supporting one side, even violating the Supreme Court ruling, clear cut. So when we argue that the case is a political case, the president will have no knowledge on anything marched to the Capitol building and said there's an arson attack. The police director, who does not have any expertise in fire issue, announced it's an arson attack without giving the fire service its authority to deliberate on this job. We saw clearly that it became a political fight, even to the extent when the Supreme Court issued a bill of information and made it emphatically clear that even if you have 72 persons and the speaker stood alone and you did not give him due process and you went to another session, that doesn't make you legitimate or constitutional. The president said they would do business with the quorum. You don't need a critical thinker to know that it's a political case. The other cases cited are not the same. The Vani Sharma case came out of corruption issues, etc. Clear cut, it was not a legislative internal fight. But this case grew up from an internal indifference within the House of Representatives. Eric Fubiwuya said fighting among them is political. We told him what is true, that there are political elements, but they must go through the legal process to provide due process. There's no debate about that. Anyone who debate that this case doesn't have its origin in the political component, then you don't know what you say in my mind. So today, Fonati is beyond bars. 48 hours, my understanding, the police is using because they couldn't get a rate to be served today from the court. They want to keep him up to Monday. He's a political prisoner. I don't believe in the integrity or the hierarchical structure of the police that did the investigation. The single questions that were asked before they were asked today. Okay, they invited them under the pretext that they were people of interest and guaranteed that they were not going to arrest them. I followed the entire case. I was there whole day today, in and out. But I can say this much. that this is targeting. The police has zero evidence. Because all the questions they ask, I think you know in the public. Somebody when they say they carry gas in, somebody say the person carry this. Look at Presido. People say, oh, I'm surprised. What Presido did? Like, people say, I'm surprised. Or disagreement in the legislature or arguing on the minority side, majority side does not mean you're going to point somewhere down. It's no justification. So Presido seems to be a sacrificial lamb with a hope to say, oh, we also get somebody who run on Unity Party ticket. It's not only CDC people, it's a toxic cover up.
30 seconds, Honorable.
30 seconds remain. Thank you very much. I can conclude 30 seconds?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So we're not sit back and hold our hands and fold our hands and say this is not a political case. The country is political. The country is divided. This matter has to be addressed politically. Not just by the guys who are being bars tonight, not just by the political prisoners who are being bars tonight, but the political institution itself has to distinguish itself and stand in conformity with its people that are behind bars, that are being persecuted because of their political alliance and because they disagree with the presidency of the Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Isidore, welcome.
Thank you. So, normal times require normal actions. Abnormal times require actions that are not normal. We are in abnormal time. And let me state clearly, President Bouakai has ordered the arrest and jailing of the former speaker and 4 other lawmakers, unprecedented in the history of our country. My people, one of the lawmakers long time said, you know what, I ain't go to school, but I can use common sense to think. Let's use common sense. 2 people making fuss. Then the other people decided to go and burn the place the other people making fuss there. The only thing anyone who knows is once the people place gets burned, you that making fuss with the person that you burn it. But then you are so naive that you will go and actually burn the place, although you know you are the person making fuss. The other flip side of it, what makes sense? I will go ahead and burn the place. See that I him making fuss, everybody will say that he don't want to be that he and I'm making fuss, so I will burn my own place. Then they will kind of put it on the head. That's what's going on right now. Joseph Bouakai knows who burned the place. There is a guy from LPRC. If you are listening to me, this is the time you do the right thing. Please, you came in my inbox. You sent me a video recording. You sent me a picture. You sent me messages. Just before I went to get those things, you deleted them. And I couldn't find your page again. I'm begging you. Do that. Do that. Joseph Bouakai knows who burned the place. But let's leave that part and go down the issue of rule of law. All of us should respect the rule of law. But you know what? The rule of law is respected in normal times, especially when those who are supposed to make that rule of law be respected, they themselves respect it. Let's go through what happened over the short time Joseph Bouakai came to power. Turning positions, people were chased out. LTA went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court ruled in their favor. The next day, President Bouakai suspended them. Is that respect to the rule of law? There was a use of fake warrant to invade the compound of the CDC. Is that a respect of the rule of law? Police shot and killed 3 protesters in Sinjay. Is that the rule of law? The court had asked the government to bring back the living body of the boy they sent to Guinea. Has anybody saw the living body of that boy yet? Is that the respect of the rule of law? The government actually went and released Madame Gloria Scott. Up to today, nobody seemed to kill the little girl. Is that a rule of law? Let's not forget that Djibouti, Mr. Djibouti, took the government to court. Supreme Court ruled in his favor that the government must not give a certain contract to the Liberia traffic management something. Today, the same company is using that. Think about it. Lawmakers were beaten. We saw a lawmaker on live video busting into the office of the speaker. We saw Rachel Kuhn ordering the break-in of Yeke Koriba's car. These are not normal times. My people, think about it. A speaker, former, and 4 other lawmakers are in jail. And you know what the government did? They didn't call them on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday. They waited for Friday. When Friday came, they started delaying. When they knew they couldn't get wiring, they said we arrest her for 48 hours until Monday. Think about it. We are not in normal times. The country is not going okay. These are not things any country should witness. These are not actions any of us.
20 seconds.
No problem. These are not actions any of us, my people. Can anyone here really believe that Fonati Kofa called someone and said, go and burn the capital? Somebody here believe it? Well, I can say this.
So, Asa, let me ask you a question. While we leave you, and thank you very much for making your own argument. I want to welcome everybody. You know, we say especially Musa and the rest of the guys. But let me ask you a question, though, and this for everyone. Have you spoken, Honorable Gray? Have you spoken yet?
He did.
Thank you. So let me ask you a question, Isaac. What was the best solution here? Let's just agree that the Liberian government lied on Fonati and the rest of the guys. Let's just agree that it's a lie. And every one of you out there that listen to us, isn't the court the best place to go and prove yourself innocent?
Stanton, thank you for the question. I guess you just came on late and you didn't hear me. The court is the best place to prove yourself innocent. When the court ruled in favor of those from LTA and Baka went and removed them in defiance to what the court said. In this manner, it is not a normal time. The court is the best place to go and argue. When the court ruled that Fonati Kofa was the legitimate speaker, but Baka went and did business with the illegitimate speaker, it is not a normal time. So yes, I agree, Stanton.
I got your point. Thank you very much. Thank you. I got your point. So, Glenn, where are we?
So everyone has gone through. We went through the list already.
Thank you, Glenn.
Senator, give me 30 seconds.
Sure. Take
so I can clarify. Okay, so I thank you. I heard you talk about bail, right? So bail cannot be filed at the police station. A person who is charged can be released based on the police discretion. They can release you to your lawyer. They can decide to release you, say go home. It's up to them because they call them as persons of interest. But because the police could not get a charge sheet out today, it's obvious that they could not formally charge them. And so today was the day that they were announced, that charges were announced against them. So it means the 48 hours in detention is today that they've been arrested. So they could not file any bond because the matter had to be taken to the court first, filed before the magistrate, and then a writ is issued under the bringing the case under the jurisdiction of the court. Then you can file your criminal appearance.
Let me ask you a question, Councillor. Councillor, allow me to interrupt you. It's good. You and Clinton yet. So let's just agree, right? This is my own lay understanding. Don't you think that the police who are, guys, can we mute? Somebody getting a bad feedback. Can we please all mute? Do you think that if the police were the charges and the signature of the magistrate, the police had enough time though since December 18? Well, why the police waited this late? Why you see there was a reason why the magistrate couldn't turn the speaker and the rest of the team over to the court.
Look, Stanton.
Why late Friday? Well, I just want you to educate us. Why late
That is
Friday?
our Stanton. Mind you, now I'm a prosecutor, so that is a part of our strategy. We have our strategy.
Okay.
We use it. And yes, so I can't go in depth and know why the police did what they did, because that is the prosecutorial strategy that we use at times. So I will leave that with somebody else to say, but not me. But that is our strategy. And I have to protect the sanctity of the criminal investigation as well. So
that would they have used another day? I mean, maybe on a Monday, on a Tuesday for this arrest?
The police choose to use a day that they thought was appropriate, and that today they use. That is how we work.
Look,
we have our
Councilor is saying.
Clinton, wait. I beg you back. Go ahead, finish up, Councilor Boo.
We have our own strategy on how to deal with cases on a case-by-case basis. So the police choose whatever day to call you and formally charge you and formally arrest you. Right? I know the charges were read to them. They were told to remain silent. They were told that they can have a lawyer there, whatever the case was. And since there is no way for a court to be open for them to be formally forwarded to the court, they wait until Monday. The police has their discretion, and we use that discretion at any time that we deem appropriate. So in this case,
it is in line with the law, right? It is in line with the law, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Clinton,
let's bring it on. You from the other side, Clinton. Do you still work with the Labrador Justice Ministry? Do you still work, Councilor Booth? You still work at under the jurisdiction of the Justice?
Of course, I told you, and that's the reason why I said I cannot go into too deep into certain.
I just want to be clear because people say that, and I don't want to pin you. Governor Clinton, talk to us from the other side. Clinton, can you talk to us, Governor?
You muted.
Look, yeah, I'm muted now. Look, Senator, I got a call. I got distracted a little. What was your question again?
Senator, Clinton is asking you.
I thought you said you wanted to add to the conversation.
No, but my thing is that, and this for everybody though. Councilor Gould came from another position. I know usually you're the defense lawyer. What's your take here? Knowing very well on a Liberia right now. Why? I mean, on a Friday, why they couldn't do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to give them chance for bail?
Senator, what the councilor was actually trying to say is the police had a plan all along to have these people stay in jail this entire weekend. That's in so many words, that's what he's saying. It's a strategy. They could have done it Monday, they could have done it Tuesday, they could have done it this morning and tried to get whatever they could have gotten before the court closed. They kept them there, they waited until the evening hours. It's all strategy. It's exactly what they wanted to do. It's usually to hold them. Look, you don't even need to arrest these to call these people under the pretense that you want to interrogate them or interview them and have them arrested. Look, these are charges that need to go before a grand jury. It's not uncommon for the police to do investigation, for prosecutors to go before a grand jury and get an indictment and then announce arrest and go for people. It's not common. They don't want to go through all that and do that because, again, I continue to say there's a lot of undertone to this. People are trying to send a message. They want to see, co-find the rest of the people asleep at South Beach. The same thing. We know what happened with the immigration guy and why when Tuer was he came to the country, why he wasn't arrested at the airport. It's all strategies. Is what they call the prep war. They want the cameras to be there. They want to see them working in the police station. They want to keep them there over the weekend and send a message. It's all that. So again, this thing is at the levels of the court soon now. We'll see what happens and see if this process is not.
If that is the case, I beg you, Councilor. Well, let's welcome Chairman, political leader Musa Bedete to the show. Dr. Bokle, if what government is saying and Councilor Gould is saying here, holds any water, Dr. Bokle, then when you say, I know you won't say, but I have to ask, is this politically motivated then?
So the lawyers, Stanton, know better than all of us that law is not emotion, it's not speculation. Law is reason, and it's based on facts. So I always cringe when people try to speak with conviction, like they know for sure. Okay, they did it this way because of that. You're speculating, and it's okay to speculate. Yes, it could be a strategy that will go on a Friday afternoon, they can't get to do, and then they spend 40 hours. It could have been. It could also have been that in the gathering of the evidence, on this day, they got up in the morning, they feel like we got sufficient evidence now on this day to be able to move forward. Okay? It could be that too. I don't know which one it was, so I'm not even going to go there. I think the process starts with the charges, then the indictment, and then next steps. The people involved are big people, like we say in Liberia. They're smart people and they're capable. They got means of representation. The law will take its course. Every day in Liberia, Stanton, Mayonawe, Mapu, Bayoga, Bennett, they go to court. Every day. I've been to court sometimes, see some of these injustices that go on. People do all kind of things. These people, they are big people. They got resources and they are going through a process and they will have their representation. So I don't know if the police did that intentionally or as my strategy, like Gu was saying, or this is the day when they felt like, okay, we're ready, let's go. What I think is more important is what comes after in terms of an indictment and that the process is fair. So for all of us Liberian people who are not directly in the middle of this thing, I don't think we should be going ahead of the case. I think like go alongside the case to insist on justice and fairness. But don't go ahead of it.
No, but it's only fair to ask this question, Dr. Bobler, and that's what we do.
No, I'm not saying to ask a question. And so in my response, I'm cautioning all of us to go alongside it. Advocate, raise our voices, insist on fairness, justice, da. But don't go ahead of the case.
But Dr. Bobler,
I want to bring Mama in real quick and the other guys there. I beg you, Clinton, and we'll recognize Chairman Ability. I always still call him chairman, chairman, political leader will recognize representability here. Ambula Mame, let me hear you on the same argument.
Stanton, I will say what I said before, and I will be repetitive on the show, and it's for a reason. Former interim president Judy Bryant were arrested, charged, and taken to court. Supporters of him went there in solidarity. We believe you free, you innocent. They were there. Former Senator Vanny Sherman was indicted. The Unity Party put people on the street, went to the court. We told them, all that thing you're doing, it doesn't help the case. It will not stop Vanny Sherman from being prosecuted. You're just making noise. You're wasting young people's time. Bad and liquor, they shot around 2-3 days. Vanny Sherman went through a case for almost 3-4 years. No, I think 3 to 4 years. It was just our government that acquitted him through the court. Defense Minister Brandon Samukai, the same thing. United Party went around, make noise, that political case. They want to take the man seat from him. At the end of the day, he went through that case. Nobody went to the court and took him from there. Nobody went to the police station and took him from there. You will go all around. The law will be the law. You will go through that court process. Senator Roland Kine of Margibi County, when they charged him for murder, were in opposition. Oh, anyone take last seat and give it to Unity. Anyone take last seat and give it to somebody who she able to work with. Roland Kine, hey, ha. That's the reason why she want moving. Who made no all around. Roland Kine went through the court process. You were deposited in jail. Went through a court process. You got acquitted. Today, CDC people will shout, oh, that political case. You're getting in the street. What are you suggesting? They must go to the police station and break it down and put for nothing else. It doesn't work. Stop. Look, Fonati is better than that. Stop making noise. The case will go to court and go through the court process. You got no authority to go. You're not taken from the police station. You're not stop the court process. It doesn't help. Let's pay attention to the process and start making all these ranting around. You know law since 2016. The Supreme Court, who you saying now today, rule that you party headquarters you're sitting on, the owner is Dempster, you have refused to pay him. Recently, the Supreme Court ruled again and told you Dempster is the owner. You refusing to pay him and move on his property. But when it comes to one other case, then you know Supreme Court. One kind of other case, you don't know Supreme Court. You allow the case to go through the court the same way all the other cases went through the court. And all the other cases that went through the court, political people came in the street, say that political case. At the end of the day, the case went through the court and came out of the court. Don't waste your time.
I beg you, Representative Ability, before I bring you in, let me bring Honorable Gray in for 30 seconds. Honorable Gray, I see you want to respond quick.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. Why you heard that the Bobler saying that law that facts. That the Bobler never heard them saying the facts of the Supreme Court. They always say the opinion of the Supreme Court. Except the lawyers can correct me here. The opinion. And we are expressing our opinion here. So why should somebody be jittery or think that because their opinion should supersede other people's opinion? We know the political history of Liberia as a member of the Liberian political class. What is happening now was all concocted. Everything concocted, organized. You can see the systematic, you can see the traces that got tracked, the footmarks, the fingerprints. You can see everything. Except you're a blind loyalist to know that.
And the top on the table is getting a bad feedback on a great place.
Yeah. Except
you can hear the passing on a great in there.
Yeah, except you're a blind loyalist not to know that Joseph Boyga was hunting for Fonati Kofa. At the legislature, he demonstrated that publicly. He didn't hide feelings, even to the extent he took an illegal speaker to Ghana with him. Even to the extent he paraded him throughout and sent the budget and other things. We shouldn't keep repeating. So for you to say that wait for the police, that just we're not waiting for the police. We're going ahead. That's our job. That's our responsibility.
Going ahead to do what?
Probably if I were in the classroom that Bobler, I would be thinking academically in the classroom to tutor the children in political study or maybe mathematics or biology.
You keep saying that. You keep saying that. Your life is a classroom, sir. Life is a classroom. We are in the classroom of life.
That a Bobler don't get all of your shell. Just relax yourself. This is a political theater. Okay? Calm down. And listen to other people too, because you try to question other people. Nobody responded to you. Okay, there's a political theater there, and you're a politician. Stop pretending. Man by nature is a political animal. You are one. Except you want to defeat that theory. But having said that, okay, this thing, nobody going to fold their hands and say that way for Gregory Cuomo, who is under instruction by Joseph Boyga, that way for them. If they were serious today, they should have taken them to court as early as today. But they delayed, the court closed. They want to use the 48 hours. It's a calculated attempt. It's not a hidden secret. And somebody said that way, when the police been lying on people here, they lie on folk, they invited in. You saw it. If that's the evidence that you are depending on, then I can tell you they will get defeated.
Thank you, Honorable Gray. Thanks for yielding to the 30 seconds. Let's go back. I will come to you from Dela Patrick. Please be patient. I beg you, my brother. Honorable Musa Hassan Benete, welcome to the show. You're a sitting lawmaker from District 7, Circuit Plate, Nema County. Former chairman of Rule of Law, whether you are the current chairman of the Rule of Law, then you can let us know. But we're really, really happy that on this historical day in our country, here you are. The nation want to hear from you today. The former speaker, J. Fonati Kofa, arrested, put in jail. Right now, he's behind bars. Your colleague, Dixon Sivo, Abu Kamara, Priscilla Cooper, and David Jacob. What say you?
So, good evening to all. And I have to, unfortunately, I will have to leave after my comment because the opposition political leaders are currently in meeting to issue a statement on this matter. we should come on tonight. Stanton, what is really frustrating is to see Unity Party surrogates basically the only reason that anyone tonight supporting this action of the government have given is that it has happened before. How do you run a country like that? Why can't you just discuss whether or not it's the right thing to do? You are here because the Liberian people said those that you remove were not doing the right thing. And you come and everything you do is to measure whether or not, because those other people do it. I see some of them going even way beyond the way of government. Look, Liberia has gone through so much with humiliated leaders in the past. We don't know, because I'm not a religious person, whether that is what, keep haunting us as a country. But if you had an opportunity to investigate and try a former speaker, nothing stop you from being respectful and treating him with humility. The former speaker was invited this morning. If the police had a charge on him, they could have charged him. I was there with him. I spent 2 hours. They did nothing with him. They kept those 5 guys in one room. Even the police were not with them. That's not how you run the country. You cannot run the country simply because your only justification is because it has happened in the past. If you have a case on this man, sending him to jail, humiliating him as a former leader does not find him guilty. You could have charged Kofa and the other people today. And I don't have anything to say about those charges. I'm not a security man. I think the police have the right to charge him. The police have the right to arrest him. As a good government, as a government in a country whose election was determined by such a narrow margin, where you have to work to make sure we remain unified. Charge the man. If you trust your evidence, make sure the man goes to court. Arresting him, making sure he's in jail. Look, if anybody here tonight says that is not politically motivated, then you're being not just unfair to yourself or to your country. The truth of the matter is that arresting the former speaker and the other members of the House of Representatives.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Representative, because you have to go. Give me 4 reasons why you think, or maybe 3, why you think it's politically motivated.
The attitude. You call the man 9 o'clock in the morning. Use your power, because the power you have to keep him, use it to keep him, and then when the court is no longer available, you put him in cell. When he could have gone to court and gotten a relief from the court, or the judge would have said, I'm sorry, I cannot give you a bond, I will allow you to go to. That will make it impossible for some of us to talk tonight, because I would have considered that to be due process. This is something that you have been investigating for almost 5 months. Today, and I'm not saying they say I was there was no new investigation. So everything that the police needed to have.
Were you in the office where Fonati and the rest of the guys were seated?
I spent 2 hours there with them.
Help me understand. We heard that they were in separate rooms. Were those information true?
That's a blatant lie. Those that were in separate room were the guys that they let go.
Exactly. So you had some people in separate rooms.
Yes. Those that they arrested tonight, they were all put in the conference room upstairs, the last floor, and they were there. Nobody was there. Of course, intermittently, the few police officers would come.
Were there any lawyers?
Yes, their lawyer was with them. I was with them.
Okay.
The lawyer was in and
No,
out.
because nobody was there, so I got to be on the
I
record.
mean from the prosecution or from the police side. The point I'm making is today was not an investigation day. Today was a day to call them and say you have been charged, and now we are carrying to court. What happened today was abuse of power. What happened today was abuse of power. This had nothing to do with the merit or demerit of the case. And the only thing I see folks justifying is that it has happened before. The logic that you call somebody at 9 o'clock, say nothing to him, and then 5 o'clock you say, oh, the court closed on the Monday, so I have to keep you here because I have the right to keep you. Abuse of power.
Why do you think the government, why do you think the government want intentionally to put Fonati and the guys in jail? Why?
President Bouaga. President Bouaga is not running the country properly. What he's doing is wrong. He's allowing these people.
He's a President Bouaga. President Bouaga want Fonati and the rest of the guys in jail.
But he's the president. He think if he doesn't want them in jail, they will be in jail. It's President Bouaga. I'm not here to sugarcoat it. It is President Bouaga, and he is deliberately trying to stir conflict. You see, what happened is that if you're supposed to just call the man, charge him, take him to court, and then the court decides to send him to jail, or the court say, I will grant you bail, nobody will hold you responsible because that you go to the body. But if you use your arrest power, call the man on a Friday, say nothing to him for 6 hours, and wait until the court closes, and then keep him in your cell, in your holding cell. That's abuse of power. That is an abuse of power. And the United Party folks know that. And I'm not going to speak to the mayor and the governor of Liberia. I said this to my fellow opposition. We're here because this is where we brought ourselves. But the governor of Liberia has every right to arrest anybody and charge them. How you do that, the right that was given to you by the Constitution, how you exercise that, and the only justification I hear folks on this network and other networks say is because it happened before. Amen.
Stanton, maybe Honorable Berede need to be corrected on something.
No, you have nothing to correct me with. I'm sorry. You have nothing to correct. Mama, you don't know nothing about this thing. You are just usher, and they instruct you all to come and spew misinformation, and you'll come and say, you don't know nothing. There's nothing. I know what I know. I know that the president wants Kofa and those people in jail. And I know that what he's trying to do is to plunge this country into unnecessary chaos. And it's not fair. We've been there.
No, you
Why
don't
can't
want
we just
you don't want
run this country? Charge for nothing, Kofa. Carry him to court and let him go defend himself. Why you have to go through all of this? I'm upset.
Honorable Musa, can you give me 1 second? Thank you, Council.
I mean, this is wrong. You cannot run the country like that, man. You topple the law, you destroy our democratic system. Now you have one government made up of all 3 branches on paper, and you run the government as one branch in reality. That will not satisfy you. Then now you want to use your authority and misuse it. Your right to arrest people stops where those people right to defend themselves begins. And what is happening here is wrong. Fonati Kofa could have been charged today and sent to court. Let a judge say, I'm not freeing you. There was no reason, because I was there. There was no investigation going on. Nothing was happening today. Fonati Kofa was kept in that place today. I almost cried with I almost cried to the what happened. It has nothing to do with anything else. Abuse of power. That's what happened, and it's wrong. All we needed to do today was, Mr. Kofa, Mr. Sibo, all these guys, you are charged. Here's your charge. We are taking you to the court. and put the charge. The grand jury that indict people on criminal is sitting. They just closed three days ago. They could have charged them to the grand jury. 3 days ago, the grand jury closed. And then you come now, you take the man, you want to take him to the magistrate, and I think you're having some difficulty there. Let the man go home until you're ready for him. To keep the man in jail, is that what you want? That man is not well. I'm just telling you now. Funanti Kofa is sick. I want the country to know that Senator Funanti Kofa is not well. He's sick.
So, Honorable, I beg you, you can answer if you want, or you choose not to answer. Respect that. Maybe still got a few more minutes for us. Please allow one question each if you can.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Bopler, you should.
But CEO have not spoken. And I think I'm still
great, Dr. Bopler. I beg you, let Vendetta Patrick come in. But it is not explanation because the representative get very short time with us. Let everybody ask one question, please. Vendetta Patrick.
Okay, so I'm still entitled to my question, but let me say something relative to this discussion.
No, you got to ask a question when the representative leave. Okay, Vendetta, when the representative leave, you will speak. Do you have a question for representability? He got to go.
Okay. Honorability, how you doing?
I'm all right, sir.
So, given all these allegations that have been leveled against the government, that the government wants to see these three personalities in jail. Initially, we detested that the allegation level against them, they were untrue relative to what is happening. What are you speculating? I heard you that the president himself, he wants to see a man he once worked with, went to room together, call him my son. Even the speaker admitted on this platform that the president respects him. And that was the reason they're working together. What has changed? Was it political correctness during that time they were on honeymoon to room and giving the way the speaker, the former speaker, used to praise the president, that he's willing to work with him, and the way the president used to say too, that I'm willing to work with you? Was it political correctness? What has changed this time around that this president wants to see Funanti in jail?
After 1.5 years as president, what is clear to me is that this president has no capacity to forget about anything he or he have done before. Has zero capacity. When you call Funanti and told Funanti that I want you to give me the speakership, and Funanti told him, no, I have the vote to win. From that day, he never wanted him. Everything else, I tell my friends, everything else was a facade. When President Bouaga has something against you, you got to live with it. There's nothing you can do about it. You got to live with it. So what he's doing to Kofa was part of his plan from day one. There's so many things happening in this country, so many stealing, corruption happening, that this thing that's happening where we don't even know whether or not the evidence is sufficient. You want to humiliate somebody who you serve, the person who saw you in office. You took off under this man's gavel. As a country, what we needed to do is to create a new path. We've humiliated leaders here before, and it goes far back in our history. I thought that this would be a new beginning, that anybody who does something wrong, the person should be arrested, charged in accordance with law, but use the law properly. Today, the police had a chance to do it, but the police would never have policed the president properly. They are now arrested. So, Mandela, that's vintage Joseph Boakai. He has no capacity to forget about that no that Funanti Kofa told him. And so Funanti is paying for the no.
Thank you very much. Let me bring it Dr. Bobler. Guys, let's make this a question, very short, because we got but few more minutes with representability. Dr. Bobler?
Honorability, good evening.
Yes, sir.
You spoke with deep conviction and passion. You say, I'm telling you, I know that President Boyka wants Funati in jail. My question is that what you feel or is that a fact? And if it's the fact, can you share the evidence?
When Cabinet General was being impeached, I said George Weah wanted Cabinet General impeached. What is happening today is under the approval of the President of the Republic of Liberia. That's how our government works. Anything of this nature, if the President does not want it, will never happen. You know it, Dr. Brooklyn. You know how our system works. Where's the accountability? There's no more system in our country. Everything is now left to paper. The legislature is gone. The judiciary has been sufficiently intimidated. Okay? What is left now is the executive to run the country. Does as they want. So at the end of the day, I am convinced, and common sense dictates that at this level, what is happening today can never happen in Liberia. I don't know about other countries without the acquiescence of the president. No way.
So that's a feeling, that's not fact. Because you bring
That's
no fact. You feel strongly about it.
I'm not feeling strong. That's fact. Fact. Joseph Boyka want this man to go to jail. If he doesn't want him to go to jail, will not be there. You know what I'm talking about? A phone call. A phone call
one
to the
question,
police director.
Not ask one question. Go away asking 4 or 5 questions to one man.
So that's okay. That's okay, guys. Let me bring in Colonel Reverend Gray. Colonel Gray?
Yeah, let's do it 1-1.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Ability, why the age-old struggle between locking people up, on a Friday and then probably bring them back to see a judge on a Monday? That has been a struggle judicially. Some will consider it to be procedural abuse. The lawyers are here, they will tell you. But in my opinion, I think the government's still hustling for more evidence. Don't you think this is the first access they have to all of these accused individuals? Don't you think over the weekend they will be able to get state witnesses, acquiesce some people, or maybe pressurize them to give them additional evidence? Is the reason why they'll keep them on hold for this 48 hours
after 5
over
months?
the weekend?
Like seriously, they needed this weekend.
No, they didn't have access to them. They didn't have access to them.
Let's keep the question. I beg you guys, because if the representative leaves, others will not ask the question.
I appreciate your statement that you made. That statement, honestly, is what we are suffering from here. When this case started, I was chairman of national security. I was briefed. I know the evidence the government has. I know of course, I have no authority to disclose that evidence, but I know that evidence the government they've had that evidence over 100 days. And I can assure you that in the last 2 months, not a single item has been added on that list. Nothing happened today. Today was the day to arrest Funati Kofa and make sure he goes to jail. That was the order. And to make sure he goes to jail, we are told that the magistrate was not inclined to allow them to go to jail. The magistrate was inclined to give them bail on personal reconnaissance. And when they realize that, they say, okay, we can still keep them in jail. The way to keep them in jail is to hold them at 5 o'clock and then say to them, unfortunately, you cannot go. And that would be the beginning of the arrest. You know, it's technical. It's abuse of power. When you came in the building, he was not arrested. But at 5 o'clock now, they tell him, I wish to announce to you that you have been arrested. Okay? So the 48-hour begin to read at 5 o'clock. He will not put us out until Monday. Pure abuse of power. Connor.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in. Do you have a question, Conor Gray? Not Conor Gray, Akaris Gray. I'm sorry. Do you have a question?
Okay. Honorability, I agree with you. The case is political. Honorability, are you getting me?
Yeah, I get you.
I agree with the case is political. To justify that, the Unity Party just issued a press statement supporting the action of the police. A political party of the ruling establishment supporting the action of the police. How do you see? And this is the headline. The Unity Party commenced the Liberia National Police and calls on all suspects in the capital bearing arson investigation to submit to the judicial process. Signed by the Assistant Secretary General, put on the pages of all executive members of the Unity Party on Facebook official.
They're drunk with power. That's who they are. They've been confused with the government they're running. The opposition is giving them free ride. We had a speaker. We let him go. We had power. We let go of it. We deserve what they're doing to us. And all they're doing right now is rubbing salt in our wound. The opposition deserves everything that's happening today on the grave. This is where we brought ourselves. When members of the opposition join, I've never seen that in my whole life. When members of the opposition join the government to take power and give it to the government, I've never seen it. But here we are. So
let me ask you a question. Oh, I'm sorry, Honorable. Go ahead. Finish up.
Yeah, we deserve what is happening.
Okay, so let me ask you my question. Then we'll go to the next.
Unity Party is not a party of reasoning. They lie, they destroy, they are everything. Everything they do is they want power. They will denigrate you, they will use you. And I know, as a matter of fact, that Unity Party is holding some members of the opposition, blackmailing them. They try to blackmail me. So they blackmail a lot of people, putting charges on their head and saying that if they don't do this, they'll do that. We told our friends, Honorable Gray, you are here. You are not talking about many times. We warn opposition leaders in this country that if you allow the speaker to leave, there will be consequences that you will. It's beyond expectation. Unity Party has not done anything yet. Unity Party has not done anything yet. Once a CDC can get power on or silver platter, Unity Party is not going to do that. They're going to support their government by any means necessary, and whoever stands in their way, they will move you. That's Unity Party for you. That's what they do. That's what they know how to do best.
So let me ask you a question in this regard. Unity Party as a party, saying condemnation coming from CDC, Chairman. You said the opposition going to put out a statement also. But Unity Party, it's not the government though. Are you learning, saying the government is taking a position here? But the party saying we support all the government, but CDC coming down with condemnation. How do you separate all these things?
Liberia is the victim, but it's not a thing that was happening. NDP at time, the First Unity Party time, CDC time. That's not a thing that was happening. The party is there as a support base. The party has been told to come to the aid of the government and stand and defend. And they put, yes, this is what they will do. There's nothing else they will do. They will defend this government. They take one of their own, and look at that lady. Look at the humility. I mean, where are these people's sense of humility?
So if you go on that route, right? My last question to you for the guys to finish up, Chairman, is that are you discouraged today? Only this man, Akaris Moses Gray, only him was standing out there with few men and women. As an opposition, where were the opposition members that were to go and show solidarity to not only Funati, but the rest of the opposition lawmakers? Why you think everybody stay home?
I have a very controversial view on that, because you see, all we can do today is to condemn the abuse of power. The police use what is within their right and abuse it. There's nothing we can do. All we had a lot to do when Funati was being abused and removed from power. That's when we should have shown our power. That's when we should have stood together, knowing that that's all we have. If you take out a speaker, you remember the House of Representatives is the only branch of government that can impeach the president on a simple majority. On a single majority. The president is aware of that. We had a power, we could have consolidated it. And I was thinking that if for instance, CDC or the opposition as a whole didn't want Kufa, we could have called and say resign, but the RC is not going anywhere. And then we could have moved here and put somebody there. But to liaise with the government, you know, that's why I keep tell people, you don't have any more capacity to remove the speaker. And it's a vain effort, and the opposition blunder. They should never have allowed the removal from the cover. With the consequences of our inaction is what we are facing today. I mean, we know, and we will speak against the abuse of power. We'll protest against that. But the fact of the matter is that the police and the government do have the right to arrest anyone they want to arrest. You know something? They did not have the right to do what they did at the Capitol. They did not have the Minister of Justice did not have the right to misinterpret the Supreme Court. They did not have the right to bust Funati Kofa door to open. The opposition allowed that. They are backing late. We should never have allowed this to happen. We cry here and tire. Yeah, Akaros, what we didn't do to push people to say, this is not about Kofa. Today, what happened here? If Funati Kofa was the speaker, on Tuesday, the Minister of Justice and the police director will be in that chamber to answer questions why they are doing what they're doing. And they know that. But Flash will not touch them. Nothing. Accountability.
Chairman, then you got to
go on. Check and balance.
Yeah, your folks texted me, so let me squeeze in the rest of the guys, please. Forgive us.
Sorry.
Councillor, can you ask your question, Councillor Clinton?
I really don't have any question. Look, anybody who is, acting like they don't.
But then let's move on. We'll come back for you to make a statement, please. Yeah. Fubi.
Oh, Chairman, good evening, but I don't have a question.
Wait. Chairman, why are you laughing for?
It will be conflict of interest. And the man from one chairman.
I don't have a question for Chairman. I don't have a question.
He's right. If I were in the same position, I would also not have a question for him.
Mohammed, take us home. You ask the last question, Mohammed.
I get a comment, but anyway, so let me ask a question, but really that comment I want me, but let me ask a question. No, yeah. When Honorable Bilete go, we'll do our comment. But let me ask this question. Honorable Bilete, does the police, because you say it's abuse of power, does the police have the power by law to keep suspects under investigation for 24 hours? And if they get that right to do so by law, why would you describe them keeping Funati for 12 hours as abuse of power?
Like English I spoke. When you use the word abuse of power, it means you have that power, but you are misusing it. That's the meaning. So I know that they have power. I know that they have the. What I'm saying to you, Mame, that today, the Liberian National Police sent for Fonati Kofa at 9 o'clock. And the whole day, they never asked him one question. That's what you call abuse of power. Because you know what? When they call you, you must come. Remember, the purpose of calling you is for you to answer questions. Now, they call you, use their power to call you, and then they don't ask you questions, but they say they want to see you. The law gives them that power. How you abuse it? The law gives the President of the Republic of Liberia the power to appoint the police director and the Minister of Justice. What the law did not do is for him to instruct them to abuse it and abuse the human right of fellow Liberians. And that's what the President is doing. So those are rights that they have. When they say abuse of power, it means that that power you have, but you are using it the wrong way. So yes, they have power to investigate Honorable Fonati Kofa for as long as 48 hours, according to law. What I'm saying to you, and I repeat, this case has gone on for over 5 months. All they needed to do today was just charge him. The only reason why they kept him there is because the magistrate was not cooperating with them. And so they're smart people. I got to tell you that. The United Party government, and that's why I keep warning my opposition people. The people you give power to on silver platter, they're not small potato. They know how to use power. They know how to abuse it. So they went back. They said, okay, you forget about that magistrate. We wanted him to jail the people for 48 hours. We'll do the same thing. So your way, 5 o'clock, we tell them that no police here, Saturday nowhere, Sunday nowhere, Monday, we're sending to court. Let the magistrate decide what you want to do. We would have achieved our goals. That's what it did.
Let me ask you a quick question. Thank you for coming on Spoon tonight, Representative. We hope to have you back. We saw you complaining and taking a position as one of the caucus members from Nima County that you guys were absent. You guys were invited. The Nima people are adopting the 1.4 billion concentration that the president went to put into place. I hope to have you back that we can talk about Nima Kwado, Nima, and Asara Mita. But my question, seeing your passion like that to Bokla put it, and your anger that you're displaying tonight on the abuse of power, like you called it, do you think, I will ask you the question I asked one of your colleagues out there though. What you make of what President Joseph Yema Boakai? You think you want him to succeed and to have a second term?
What?
Do you want the president to succeed and have a second term?
As a patriotic Liberian, I can. You see, like when Liberia fails, Joseph Boakai feels nothing. The blood will never reach him. So I don't wish him. You know that you trapped there where you put snow in, you're not working with me.
Oh man. I see a fair question, man. You came and said,
Stand up. I was ready for this question. You understand me? I didn't see it coming for you. I practiced this answer for days and days while I'm coming on school. I knew that I was going to be asked this question. Yes, stand up. I do not wish, if this was Joseph Boakai and his government and the people in your government, if the failure was going to affect them, yes. But I know as a government, when they lose, when they fail, nothing will happen to them. It all goes to the Liberian people. And therefore, as much as I don't like what they are doing, I wish to do well so that our country can benefit. We know that they do not have the capacity to do well. But we'll still pray for them to do well. And wherever they do up to the end, they naturally, have no capacity to do well. So they will not reach to where they want to reach to. Will end it for them. But yes, as leader, I didn't vote for President Baga, but he's the president of the Republic of Liberia. And being my president, if he succeeds, that means he will lift the country out of poverty. That means the roads will be there. The women will have a chance to leave the market. Yes, I would like for him to succeed.
Do you think you want him to have a second term?
Joseph Boakai?
Yes, sir.
His second term is in his own hands. If he does well, even against the wishes of us opposition, he will, the Liberian people, I'm sure, will give him a second chance. But it's in his hand. That's the way I see him. Not that I want him to have a second term, but I know that the way I see him go, he will not have a second term. He will go for election. I know he's going to go. I know he's going to run, but he will be defeated. I know that.
The Honorable Musa has some benefit. We'll have you back, Chief. Again, you know, Musa is very, very street smart. He called that all of my thinking because I get that for lies. Chairman, thank you very much, and we'll talk, my brother. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So let's get back to the open fire now.
After the chairman leave.
Excuse me?
No, I said we'll make a comment after the chairman leave.
Yes, we're about to get an open fire. It's very important. I will take this time. It's right now 11:12 in the country. We'll ride this bus all the way to the end of showtime. To all of you out there, we will go to the phone line. We want to say thank you for joining us. It's a historic day today. Right now, we can say because of you sharing this show, yes, indeed, folks are joining us. The numbers increasing, but I hope you can have a takeaway. We want to go back to Vendetta Patrick. He never said anything. We just squeezing to ask questions. Let's listen to Vendetta Patrick. It will be open question and answer that we can make some progress. Then we'll go to the phone line. VP, my friend, welcome, my brother.
So, CEO, I was driving and I was listening to the opening statements from my fellow panelists on the Spoon Talk. But from the inception of this entire episode, my question has not been answered. Prior to this fire incident, the Liberia National Police, specifically the government of Liberia, took control of the Capitol building. That place was secure. It was under the protection of the Liberia National Police. Not only that, where the fire burned the building, that place was used by members of the majority bloc. The keys were not in the possession of members of the minority bloc. As a matter of fact, they held 2 or 3 sections, illegal sections, at that particular locale. Fire incident took place. We woke up one morning, we saw the fire. I am not a security expert, but if you had a security protecting maybe an international guest to the president, and that person's cell phone disappeared, and maybe 12,000 from the person's home lost, who will be the first suspect? Are you going to arrest the neighbors or the security assigned to the premises of that international guest? So I would have assumed that given these incidences that took place, especially that has to do with arson, somebody from within the Liberia National Police will have taken responsibility. You were on the scene to protect the building. The only reason they went there was to protect the building. But how come police is not held accountable? Yes, I believe in the rule of law. Accusations, anybody can accuse if somebody had. In fact, I believe accusation is just, assumptions based on maybe some processes, maybe speculations or collections of evidence, interviewing people. That assumption. Only the court has the right to determine whether you say it's true or not. But I can say this clearly that most of these charges at times they can be politically motivated. I'm speaking as a victim, somebody who was charged before, by previous government. I was charged of sedition trying to overthrow the government of Liberia, criminal conspiracy, libel, all those BB charges. You know, I remember sitting at the Liberia National Police one time, I called the other guy. I said, my man, this thing that you're talking is not true, because all the time you were fighting your refugee in Guinea. I don't even know how to kill chicken. So these kind of thing, criminal conspiracy, plotting to overthrow. Can you imagine that? That I was planning to overthrow a certain government only because we said the government should take responsibility and investigate, because it's the government that is in control of national security or police in the country. When anything happens, who do we go to? Go to the government. And that's why citizens are not allowed to get their own police stations around here. But again, these allegations, like I said, it can be very difficult to prove it in court. That which I have seen. If you look at many cases in the past, most of these people they charge, they left. For example, like my brother Amula mentioned about Roland Khan. He was charged that he gave command to kill people in Maigibi. That man spent 9 months at the Monrovia Central Prison. At the end of the day, he was set free because there was no evidence. When the people went there to conduct investigation, that particular locale where it was alleged he called people to kill certain people, there was no signal. Lone Star Tower was not even there. A lot of times we used to say, Common signal was not even there. So how could this man give instruction to people in such an era? But again, for me, what I would have thought that, look, it's too soon. I know somebody will argue that, look, you need to investigate. Look, I don't want us to start something that will lead us somewhere. I think something needed to be worked on. I'm not saying throw the whole case away, but we needed to balance and deal with a substantial issue affecting our country. Then we can touch it small. They say you can run away from justice. I mean, you can run away from crime, but you can't run away from justice. At any
Thank
time,
you very much for that, Patrick.
Thank you.
VP, I got your text messages. If you permit me, I will read it to the folks. 2 days ago, you texted me, and I will read it. But let's get back on course, and let me bring your Asido. You went off on a great, honorable grade. Gamada Clinton, my brother Lafayette Good, and Phoebe Henry. It's always good to have all of us. Let's just give this our best shot. If you want to ask a question, you can ask question, but let's just give it our best shot. We'll listen to the representative Musa Hassan Beliti will say you couldn't agree. Then we'll go to Akaris and we'll go to Councillor Clinton, Councillor Good, Asido, Mambe, and Phoebe.
You know, Mr. VP Vandala Projects, my brother, I don't know what you're feeling, but do you think what obtained at the legislature was it accidental or was it a deliberate act? If that is if the latter is your answer, then tell me how you arrive at that decision.
So, what I can say here is we welcome the idea of investigation, but I was only trying to ask, look, we got to be clear. Crime has been committed. There were people. In fact, the deployment of the police at the national legislature, it was as a result of surveillance collection that people were planning or having the intent and desire to destroy that building. So the evidence was already there, or the speculation was already there. And so police were far ahead to deploy, secure. In fact, people could not go around. We interviewed somebody from the Capitol building, and the man said the Capitol building is locked down, meaning if you are not an employee of that particular building, you can't go there. During the night hour, everybody was asked to leave. So the police were in absolute control of that building. It was under the protected custody of the police. The keys in question, where the majority blood were, they were the ones that were having section there. The other people were on the other side. So my thing is, when you are making an arrest, how come none of these people are taking responsibility? In my mind, if death had occurred, let's say police were assigned to one high-profile individual, that person was killed. So are we saying the police will walk free Is that what we're suggesting here? So they need to tell us more. Yes, that's my point. I am not saying that crimes were not committed.
Thank you,
I am
VP.
saying crimes warrant investigation, and the only people to determine whether somebody is guilty or not is the court. We welcome.
Thank you very much, Fandela Patrick. Thank you, Honorable Gray. You want to come in?
I just want to come in. I'm hearing that the police on a heavy escort is taking the people to NSA tonight. That's what I'm hearing as I speak to you. Like I heard yesterday, they were being arrested. Let me repeat. I'm hearing that the police, with heavy escort car leaving the police headquarters, believe that they are taking the political prisoners to the NSA headquarters. Like I said, they will have arrested them today. But you know, Fandana put up, in my mind, that's the most logical argument. And we had the same argument last night. When we talk about selective justice, Fandana laid out all of why we say it was selective justice, and I don't need to repeat that. It is good that, that the bubble is off. When we said the case is political, we've been very clear. The political party, the Unity Party, has issued an emphatic statement that is political buttressing the efforts of our government. It makes it even more political. And with all of the excesses that Patrick cataloged tonight, we don't need to repeat to waste our time here. It shows that this matter is political. The opinion of others to say is not political, but trust me, Patrick said he went to jail. I was there that day. You charge this innocent man, innocent Patrick, for wanting to audit your government that you charge me. It's not strange. Someone said they want to make comparative analysis. The Unity Party, other than the rest of a former deputy speaker, and won't go by. And we're looking at by, talk about mobile. The law in that in B police officer wanted to kill him. Or the BBC announced between 3 to 4, the early morning BBC program. I remember that time I was stopping Bananze Estate. We had to move in immediately. iCarly led the rest of him, was the 102 by then. The entire legislature had to go there before daybreak. President Sadi was on the line. Remember, I was there. I was in Clayton Watterson, the late, telling him that he wanted to obstruct justice and they should arrest Topa Mobile and take him to the police station. Okay, so we want to go back into history. The arrest of former lawmakers have been a consistent pattern under the Unity Party administration. They've remember the acting pro tem, Laha Lassana, was arrested and bonded and placed in a car on the Unity Party, a lawmaker, senator. Topa Mobile from Nima County was arrested by the Unity Party, bundled and dropped in Banga. Roland Khan was accused and placed behind bars for excess of months. Akaros Gray was arrested under the Unity Party-led administration and charged for treason, sedition, everything you can think about. So we can go on and on and on and name the political characteristics of the Unity Party in terms of arresting these people. One, you tend to differ with them by the perception and what they put on your head. However, like Honorable said emphatically, to even begin to compare and say, oh, CDC did it, the other person did it, you know they had to call it, did this. Even Vani Sherman was a lawmaker when they invited a Unity Party. Even Ellis Taylor was a former speaker when Unity Party invited him to the court. Okay, so Unity Party has a history of doing that, and Boyka was vice president for 12 years during that period. But Musa said something very important, representability. What the essence of one of the CDC government on everything you compare, you say, Akara did it. President Weah did it. Samuel Twe did it. Asa Joe did it. Clinton did it. So we're doing our own. But I will say this, and I will never run away from it. I will say this today, and this show must remember it. The 4th month in January or 2030 after election, none of them will go scot-free. Let me repeat. The January 2030, all the guys who abuse the laws of this country, you like it, you better go after our Akaros now. Anything wrong, you better run behind now. But January of 2030, there will be no forgiveness. We apply every aspect of the law, everything you can ever think about. And I'm not running away. I told the police officers today that nobody running away from that. We'll go after them. We're in the legislature, we'll go after them. We're in the executive, we'll go after them. We're not wishing. We'll go after you on the basis of the law. Clear law. You better do what you're supposed to do now. You got here and talking and say, Akara Gray, you this. Akara Gray, you that. We'll go after. You better go after Akaros now. If you cannot go after Akaros, get ready for January of 2030. Because one day, they will never be in power. They will never be in power. I can guarantee you that. Unity Party will leave power one day, January inauguration. The next day, they better pack that load and go back to where they come from. That's what they need to do. So fire on, do what you want to do. Nobody escaping here, nobody running. We don't run away. For me, going to jail is nothing for some of us. If the police even came to my house tonight, like I said last night, and come to arrest me, I will put my hands up and march to the police. I'm not afraid of that. I don't care. I don't fear no one in my lifetime. What I fear is the Almighty God. And I will never go down in the history of my life.
Don't make progress on the show. I didn't know that we could talk this long. Yeah. I thought you said questions. You only have one question.
Everybody have the time to talk. The man was so finished. Everybody have to finish up. I didn't say.
I didn't know I had that long time. I didn't know I had that much time.
You use your time. Who stop you?
But man, what do you again?
You ask questions. So let Honorable Gray finish.
I said, you
enjoying yourself.
Shut up, man. Keep quiet.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah.
Let me go beg you all your peace.
But you love to talk back.
No, but hold on, please, sorry, man, complete. What do you have to you?
Keep quiet, man.
All right, guys, I beg you, can we proceed? Honorable Gray, thank you very much. Thank you. I said thank you. Akaris, can you finish up, please?
Let me say something quick.
No, let Akaris finish up. All the people got to speak. Let Akaris finish up, please.
I advise that you don't make the show personal because we'll begin to talk about how.
My brother, if you want to make it personal, go that way.
Akaris, we have to leave here alone. Can you please finish that? Don't be personal.
So I'm angry about that.
Remy, don't make it personal, Remy. Don't make it personal because
I will make it personal. Akaris, guys, I really don't want to put you guys in the bag. I beg you, let's make this thing interesting for our audience.
Let me say this for you. We know after the thunder there will be rain. I'm the thunder and they are the rain. So it's not surprising.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Councilor Clinton. Councilor Governor.
Thank you very much, Staton. There will all be rain, so Remy can be the rain, and this is the thunder.
But again, we're yelling at when people after this round. Let's go to Councilor Clinton.
Look, let's focus on the issue. Today is an important day in the history of our country. Very important because what we have seen in our country.
I didn't have this long time to talk. I want
to talk. But Remy, I beg you, you interrupted, Remy. I beg you, let's move on. If you want extra time, we'll give you extra time. But please,
that's why I'm doing it.
But listen, Remy, don't do it today, please. If you want extra time, we'll give you extra time. We got to move on. Governor, please.
Look, what we're seeing in our country today is.
Now, man, won't you go?
Let's stop, man. Yeah,
my man, I beg you, man. This is a serious day today. Let's move on. Governor, let's go ahead.
Look. I don't think if anybody, like I said before, look, anyone who don't believe that this entire incident has political undertone, and I think honorability, beautifully laid out, the case for political motivation of what happened today. These people were taken to the police station. Since this morning, they could have taken them to court. They delayed. It was all a strategy, it's all a game, and this has been the strategy from the onset, from the president. Taking Funati to Rome, and then this whole plan going to motion to removing, and then this very president showing up the very morning unpresented with the the symbol of the crown. The president while the Capitol is on fire, showing up at the Capitol and saying, this is the work of TORS, before we have fire investigator, before we have police. And Vedala Patrick made an important point. We know that the police have been sending people to guard members of the majority black. We know that the police unleashed some brute force on members of COFAS Black. We know that the police were in control. We know that the police headquarters is just right behind the Capitol building. The headquarters of Liberia National Police is behind the Capitol building. We know right across the street is the executive mansion where you have the presidential guard. We are saying with all the protection of the Capitol building, you have someone go there and inflame, quote unquote, allegedly inflame this place, but there's been no evidence of anyone from the majority black who were called in to be questioned by the police. There has been no evidence of any administrative investigation or reprimand to any of the police officers or any of the security officers who were at that location, that night, protecting that facility. None. None whatsoever. All we've had is people from the majority black who from day one, the police have sick their on and said they committed the crimes, and the police would go after them. They've been going after them for 5 months. They called them in for more than. At some point, I was saying I don't understand the rationale of these people even turning off a police interrogation. No more. If the police have evidence to arrest and indict, then let the police go ahead. What's the essence of just every minute they call COFA turn out and come to the police station to be interrogated? But again, this has been the plan all along, to have these people arrested. To look, this case from the very beginning has been compromised. Look, everyone was on the platform when we saw Edric and the rest of the people were arrested when they were taken to NSA headquarters. We heard testimony from them about what was done to them. And then we all want to just say, like, Congress said, look, we have to allow the rule of law to play out. We have to allow the judicial process to play out. Let's not worry about what the NSA did. Let's not worry about what the president said. Let's not worry about what the... And it's interesting. All of a sudden, all these Unity Party people, I was just reading in this press statement Akawas was talking about. Amos Twe just share this book. Amos Twe, of all people, the same Amos Twe of the Unity Party who were, I believe, I don't know if a Secretary General then, who took people to Vanish Sherman to prevent the police from arresting violence, to obstruct justice, is now calling for people to subject themselves to police and the rule of law. Look, Liberia is an interesting country. You hope and you pray that one group of people will come.
All of y'all are talking plenty. The minute I have one question,
yeah, because to be fair, to agree, you say a question, so he understood like just asking question like what he just asked Vendela.
No, what kind of question? Who we asking question? Do we have a guest here to ask question?
No, so the way Conagre understood it was ask each other question. That's why he only asked Vendela question.
I think I've spoken enough. I mean, we made point. Let Conagre talk.
Let me toss one too now.
Let Conagre talk. Let Conagre ask question. Let
Conagre talk. Let respect him.
No, that go to Councilor. That go to Councilor Gu. We'll get it later.
Send let's go around.
No. Let's go around quick. I'm going to bring in Councilor Gu. Councilor Gu.
Thank you, Stanton. So, you don't expect for Musa to talk law issue because Musa is a politician. So we expect that he will speak strongly the way he spoke. If I in Musa's position, I will even speak stronger than him. But for me, being a legal practitioner and a person who also around the Ministry of Justice, I'm careful on how I make statement about this matter, especially so where it is. And that's why I continue to say that the matter is now at the point where whether they kept the man for 2 hours, 6 hours, somebody look, I told you that there are strategies. There are lots of reasons why police will call people on a Friday. So many. I can't tell you all the reasons. But we are prosecutors, we in the criminal justice system, we know it. So if somebody will interpret it as an abuse, well, I mean, they are entitled, he or she is entitled to his or her opinion. But we have a strategy, and I can't question the police on that one. the case is now to the point where the people have been charged. Because today I listened to the police director talking. You know, first he was not defended because if you listen, he said, "Oh, somebody is being." You know, at one point in time he said Fonadi Kofa, is being investigated. Then after being investigated, then he said, "Oh, Fonadi Kofa, we're charging." So it can be is being is.
What happened with our brother? Okay, so let me do this real quick, and we're gonna bring in Councilor Gu back later. When we go to the rest of the guys, but let me announce. So Honorable Gray, I want to announce because you said that you are receiving information that they are on a heavy escort and they have been picked up by NSA. Am I correct? Honorable Carlos Gray.
You are right. I say I'm hearing that they are on a heavy escort. I say I'm hearing that.
Correct. So I just wanted to be fair because everybody watching out. We can announce Priscilla Cooper, Representative Priscilla Cooper is home. She was signed out by her lawyer. She's home. I confirm it. She is not under police custody at this time. She is home and she will be reporting on Monday to the police station. Again, I can announce that Representative Priscilla Cooper is home. She was signed out by her lawyer and she will be reporting later on Monday. For the rest of the four representatives for Fonati Kofa, Dixon Sibo, Jacob Debbie, and that of Abu Kamar, they are currently our sources telling us in the conference room where they were provided mattresses. And Fonati is sleeping right now, but Jacob Debbie and Abu Kamar, they are still awake, but they are not on the endurance as to put behind the cell. I am giving you this information because you heard what you said. Honorable Akaris must agree.
I'm speaking to one of them as I speak.
Yeah, but let me finish with this. That it's so good I will make this clarity. But we can announce on the show. No, I respect your sources. I'm not saying you lie. I'm just saying that we have to make the clarity. We can announce on the show that Priscilla Cooper is home with a lawyer. I spoke to the lawyer. The lawyer signed her out, and now she's home. She will be reporting on Monday. Now we can move on. Mommy comment as the door will be arranged.
Yeah. So usually when whenever you say something, we all go by it. We follow it. But I beg you for this one, allowed me to state for the record that the NSA have picked up Councilor Kofa and the rest of the guys. Allow me to quote and state in my name, Isaac Bro, as the evidence. Of course, I can't say who I'm talking to, but can it just for the ones allow me to state?
No, I'm not holding you. You say your own because I'm not holding you.
That the Bwakai NSA, they pick up them and they are under the NSA control. They are not in police custody with mattresses. But this is so funny. Speaker Kofa does not have a lawyer. Only Priscilla Cooper does have a lawyer. Speaker Kofa is not capable enough to get a lawyer. For a lawyer Dixon Sibo, he able to get no lawyer. Priscilla Cooper,
All right, so let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you. Isaac, this is not right that we sit on the show and fabricate. I'm not again saying your sources lie. Fonati were offered to be temporarily released and returned on Monday. Fonati said to Jonathan Massacre, who is his lawyer, Fonati said, I will stay here with the rest of the guys because if they cannot leave, I will not leave. Let me finish. I beg. Let me finish. I beg you guys. Let's do it one at a time. This is the argument now that where we come here to speak truth to power. As much as we don't like the process, some of us, but let's be on point. I can announce on this show that Chief Fonati Kofa, former speaker, I can announce on the show that Abu Kamar, Jacob Debbie, and Dixon Sibo, they are right now at the Liberia National Police. No NSA took them anywhere. And again, I can announce on the show even Priscilla Cooper was released into the custody of her lawyer, and she was taken.
I can put Jonathan. No.
Yeah, put Jonathan on. Are you saying that the honor NSA custody point? Oh, where you man going?
Yes.
No, I say I beg you. I said we will say, can you put the lawyer on? You asked to put the lawyer on.
Excuse me. Start on.
No. It's not excuse me. Now it's not your time to talk. You asked to put the lawyer on. Can you put the lawyer on?
My time to talk, we'll talk.
Oh, but you just asked to put the lawyer on, Greg.
No.
Let me end my time now. We hear the clarity you need.
You think we just saying that?
We are not saying
that's not true.
Stand on.
The man never told you that.
Can I have my time?
I'm on the lawyers talking to them. I was just speaking to Jonathan, not just now. Okay, don't do that.
Great.
Don't say that.
You have been unfair.
Why are source? Okay, why are source? My source that Jonathan telling me now. Why are source?
Great. You just said you won't put the lawyer on. I asked you to put the lawyer on.
Why are source?
You're not doing it. No, you can't do that, Great. We can't.
We
will not do
this.
We will not do this.
Gentlemen, let's move on.
But Greg got to learn that this is the small talk. You can do that. And I will not rebel my associates. I said,
you cannot say that.
Greg will go back to I say, you are not saying the truth. We'll go back to
you are not saying the truth. You have
let's move on. Go ahead, Isaac.
So, the Unity Party is a party that likes Facebook and likes to push everything outside. Even NSA documents have been spread out there. The simplest thing they can do right now is they can carry just small video to where Kufa and drop it on Kufa and show it to you. For you to see Kufa. That's a lie. Kufa isn't at the police station. But let me go on. Let me go on what is important. I wanted to say to seditions.
Don't get me your feeling, my man. Chill.
No,
Chill.
I don't know what Greg has on you, but you barely get power on the show.
Greg, chill. I beg you, chill.
I wanted to say this one.
Yeah,
I'm losing my thought because of. I wanted to say this. You know the issue of
we're drawing on the show. We don't have that much power.
Remy, stop. Why you being strange today, my man? Stop by.
Go on.
Yeah, hold on.
No, but CEO, it's good that Remy talks.
I don't want you to push your fire. We get it under control. I said, please finish up, please. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I just lose my thought. But again, let me just end up this to say seditions. Most of you out there are feeling so downhearted, and you keep saying your party should move. I will admit to you, though, that we wrong you. We wrong you. History tells us that in 2011, November 7, the Unity Party shot our partisans and were killed. At that time, the UP thought we were never coming to come to power. It took us about 7 years we came to power. You know what the failure we did to you? We did not persecute those who committed those crimes. Well, I will tell you one thing on my life, in the life of anything I look for under this sun. The Constitution of our country prohibits the persecution of the president in the performance of his duties. It does not spare the president for persecution when he committed a crime or commits a crime. I'm not saying the president will be persecuted. I'm only telling you that the next citizen government, to my life and to anything we look for, will have to ensure justice comes on. It's just 4 years. At that time, 2011, we had 7 years to be patient. This time, it's 4. Unity Party just released a statement. Unity Party is pressing Unity Party president for telling Unity Party police director to jail opposition people. So Unity Party press Unity Party president. That's fine. I know you will be downhearted, but know one thing. 4 years is not forever. The mistake and wrong we did against you by not bringing people to justice who committed crime in the past against you. The first fool is a good fool, but the second fool is a real fool. And look at us. We may not have gone to some of the best schools on the planet. Well, at least we went to small. It will come back in 2029. Hold your peace. We will get there.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Abdullah Mohammed, before I get to you, Abdullah, I beg you, I would better get into that problem. Let him finish up, please. Councillor Gu.
Yeah. So okay, you. So let me first correct what's his name? Isaac. 2030, opposition wins the election. We can't do anything to Joe Bugger because the law says if he commits any crime, we must first remove him from power. He must be impeached. And when he's impeached, then you can go after him. And you know Joe Bugger will not be impeached for any violation of the Constitution under this regime. So forget it. And to have a president impeached, did that one. So if the opposition come to power, that's why we are pushing for the amendment of Article 61. That we will go for the president when he leaves office, when we discover that he committed crime, because we know it's difficult to impeach him. So those are the issues. So I was saying to you, everyone, the case is now at the point where people have been charged. They will be taken to court no later than Monday, and the rate will be issued, and they will have the opportunity to file the bond. An indictment will be drawn subsequently. While it is true that the grand jury at 21 days is over, the government can request for a special grand jury to have the indictment done. The government also can still have the time to see between, if they still have the time, they can also motion to advance the case, or even the defense can file motion to advance the case on the docket, and that case can be heard this term of court, this May term it can be heard. Those are possibilities under the laws. So they can file a bond. It doesn't mean that they will be released right away, because the law says the judge must be satisfied. So the bond, the surety, the judge must be satisfied that the surety is there, that they will not escape, that the court, whenever the court needs them, they will appear. Those are the formalities in the court. So people should know that. And we are not saying it because we against anyone. We're saying it because that is the law. That is the procedure. So I just want to say to every one of us, now where the case is, I think for me, it will be good for us to relax the discussion on the case going forward, because anything that maybe somebody will come up with an opinion, it could also prejudice the case against either the defendant or even the government. Because pieces of evidence that the government will want to use, people will start to put it outside, they will talk about it. And the jurors, I'm sure they're going to have a jury trial. The jurors are the same people that we are dealing with every day. We know them. Government can lose cases, not because the government does not have evidence. It's because sometimes the jurors can be very political too. They follow their political feelings. And when they find themselves on the jury bench, my brother, I don't care what kind of evidence you put forward, that those people will go free. When the jury is on the side of the government, I don't care whether the evidence is what they will say, the person is guilty. So it's both ways it can happen. So we know it. So let's refrain from discussing the case follow for me, and let's see what the justice has to bring for us. I mean, the politicians, well, I can't restrict that. It's just my appeal, because everybody got interest. The government has its own interest. We got interest in justice. They have interest in protecting their colleagues. We all have interest in the law. So anything we say at this point of the case, it may injure the case going forward now that people have been charged. So that's all I have to say on this matter for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abula Mame.
Yeah, I mean, we're giving comments on Bility, and Bility said, the Councillor Dr. Brooklyn asked him, what is evidence you have that Boubacar wants Kofa to go to jail? He said, because we are wanted Cabinet Janet out. We have got Cabinet Janet out, and he said it. Therefore, Boubacar wants Kofa to go to jail, and he's saying it. What's that? The same Bility was saying to me, even though that was not my argument, don't say because it happened in the past, people say it must happen now. But that is not what I was even saying. I was trying to make a case here, and I will conclude on making this case. I will say I'll be repetitive. I was making a case that there has been no time in our history that people go rally in the street, and because of their rally, the court process was stalled. There has been no time. So don't waste your time. Politicians will only use you like people like Akaros to go stand in front of you and speak. They use you in the back, but it will not stop the case. So that's why I was giving you examples of how it had happened before and the cases were not stopped. So doing it again will not stop the case. I referenced United Party, Vani Sherman. When Funanti Kofa were prosecuting Vani Sherman, the United Party people went in the street. They said it was a political case. Their argument was Vani Sherman wants to support Joseph Boakai, Ellen wants to support Bronskin. And because Funanti Kofa was from Liberty Party, so Ellen was using Funanti Kofa to prosecute Vani Sherman, saying Vani Sherman was a financial backing behind Joseph Boakai coming towards the 2017 election. That was their interpretation. And they make it a political case. They jump in the street. But did they stop Funanti from prosecuting Vani Sherman? No. The case went to court. At the end of the day, there was a ruling. And I gave several other examples to make the case that people rallying you to put you in the street will not stop the case. That big talk. Let's focus on the case. Like the case, the argument they raised. He said, if you know that these people you already investigated and they allow them to go and come back, because Funanti will not run away from Liberia. Disintibo will not run away from Liberia. Priscilla will not run away from Liberia. Those are the conversations. But to be saying, we'll not allow it to happen. We'll put our people, what you put in the street to do? Drug we have a march. Drug we have march, you go take Funanti from the police station. It will not happen. They will only use you. And after 7 years, they will ask the Doka and say, oh, we wrong you. They will come back and tell you, say, we wrong you again. But it's not mistake. It was not mistake that CDC spent 6 years in power and did not prosecute people who they said killed Patterson. It was not mistake. They will put you in the street again. The case will still go on. They will come back and tell you after 6 years, oh, we made mistake. So the point is, Funanti is a lawyer. He can win a case or lose a case in the court. People like Gray and other people only want to use this opportunity to bring children in the street, stand before them and be chanting, I lay my life on the ground for you, I will go to jail, you can kill me, the blood will waste, all that rams you want. But it will not stop the case from going through the court. The case will go through the court. The same way other cases went through the court, even though people came on the street. That's the point I was trying to make.
Phoebe, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you. But now I expected a Akawas Gray a 1,000 plus edition of DNJ. Because the people you're making last night, if they arrest Kofa and other people, they'll be better to arrest 1,000, will get in handcuffed. The same thing, Mamet or bit more, to incite other people. We should stop that incitement. Because at the end of the day, the justice will prevail. And it's not, lawmakers are not immune from arrest. So all the incidents that were listed about Tukwa, Moba, this other person, they're not immune from arrest. If the Article 42 is clear, if they breach the peace, they can arrest them. If they are engaging in felonious acts, they can arrest them. So they are not immune from that. And for tracing, they can also arrest them. So also the issue about police deployment at the Capitol, the keys of the John Chambers. The keys of the John, there were no keys to no John Chamber. The first thing when those guys went there to break all the chairs in the John Chamber, there were no key. Where they took the key from? The minority led that stuff, and the last say it was what is the name? Renovation work that was being carried out. So the guys bought new chairs, they were moving it in and out. Each time they had section, they were moving in and out. So there was no key there. They were not lacking keys. So the issue people was UP issue statement. Opposition issue statement. The opposition issue statement. Why the ruling party can issue statement? So you make it political. Everybody was taking the political form, man. But it doesn't change the fact that it's a criminal case that has to go through the legal process. And every other stuff, we impeach Jana, it was political too. Everybody was looking at it. It's a coming subjected itself to prosecution. We didn't go on the street and say we're going to obstruct justice. we allowed the process to work. So for political parties, they want to incite their partisans, say, come on the street, let's stop them. No. They will not, nothing will happen. The police has the authority to carry out the investigation and charge. The least you can do, prepare your legal team to get to court. Anybody you guys put on the street to try to obstruct and say, we'll take it the political way, then the police will also use the natural forces on them. And at the end of the day, you guys that got your own security protection, you'll run into hiding, and the little children will be flocked and my hand on the street. At the end of the day, there will be no, you will not carry them to the hospital. So those of you that sit down and always listen to politicians be incited and get on the street to go and disrupt stuff, y'all follow them and get on the street.
Disrupt or protest, there's two different things.
Man, give me your talking. I'm talking. Stop, man. Oh, when you're talking, I didn't talk.
Man, disrupt, protest, that's two different things.
No, when I talk. Keep quiet. When I talk, you talk. I didn't ask you to correct me. I didn't ask you to correct me. So keep quiet. When I talk, you talk.
I beg you, please, let Pateli shut up, please.
When you get on the street, you follow your guys and get on the street, the police will deal with you guys the right way. So don't follow them. At the end of the day, they will leave you guys on the street and run away. They will have the very first, all of them go with their own bodyguards protecting them. You that will be there chanting border cry. As soon as they notice the terrain, you will see them going to regroup. Like you said, when Kofa is arrested, we'll be arrested too. Prepare to arrest 1,000 citizens. Today, Kofa arrested. What the 1,000 citizens are arrested. So if those children are going to mind you and go put themselves at risk, today what are going to be happening? And you just say you regroup and come back. I have Vanilla Patrick. Did you seek permission for you to do regrouping?
No, don't use that one. My approbation. Don't use that one. I'm the president.
I'm granting you come back. I mean, he said you will this it back and come back. So he used this it back. So we gotta be serious about the whole issue. This process, whatever we call it, political or spirit, the government is not a spiritual entity. So definitely we can even tell me a political. Nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, even the legal process is a political process. That's why a government as a whole, the three branches of government, they're all political. So we'll go through the political, and part of the political process is the legal side of it. So there's nothing wrong with it being political or being termed as political issue. But it's the legal part of the political process, and it has to go through that process. So nobody should be afraid about anything. So young people, don't mind these guys that get on the street. You get on the street, the police will mind you people. Tear gas people for nothing, and nobody will come to your rescue. Thank you.
So I will get into that way. If people get on the street, whether they disrupt, whether they are following the law, the police should handle that, should tear gas them. So the Constitution does not provide for anybody to peacefully assemble no more. What nonsense is
justice.
All right, we'll keep going to the call now, but let's try. Everybody has spoken. Let me say this.
Let me close now.
Everybody has spoken. Listen, guys. No, guys, hold on 1 minute. I beg you, guys. I beg you. Let's give Conor Gray just 30 seconds because he asked question. He didn't talk. Conor Gray.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Stanton. First thing I would say, the ears of the gate man or the security is the ears of the police. You know, when people come in, instead of start laying policy, they'll do differently for the Republic of Liberia to progress. You hear all the retribution they will carry on. That is one of the best reasons why they should not give these people a second chance. Because you know what? As a nation, we don't have that kind of luxury. They are bitter. They are vindictive in their voices. It just demonstrates if you give them the second chance, you know exactly what will happen. They're bitter. And that's the message from the police, the party itself. But let me go forward. Sometimes when we lean a specific case on our own intuition, a woman is committing a crime, we give the identity of that criminal a male identity. Right away, we have defeated the purpose of the investigation. In this case, I said, yes, the police were deployed on the grounds of the Capitol. But then when a criminal wants to rob a bank, they have many ways to enter. In spite of all the security camera that is there, somebody could lock themselves in and let others in. Why not expand your horizon so you don't corner yourself to one specific intuition that police people were on the ground, so therefore they should give account. But sometimes you have to look at crimes beyond just the ordinary imagination. A crime was committed. The Capitol building was burned down. And how it happened, that's the puzzle that needs to be solved. The police is put in charge. Firstly, let me say this. This is a national security investigation. Anybody can be the chair of that investigation, and they can be the only spokesperson. That's how it's done in the security. Not because it's a fire incident, so you bring the fire guy, or it's a this incident, it's a that incident. They could even decide to keep the suspect at NSA. They can keep it anyway. And you know what? If you're not part of that investigation, you come there, that's obstruction of justice. You have committed a crime if you were to go there, especially when that area is secure to be the investigation site. So I hear people say, we'll go there. What they will do? No, if you break the law, come on there. How many times have you gone to the police station because they arrested your brother to say, hey, I'm here? Nobody gives you that kind of opportunity. That's not how the law works. That's why I say if you want to obstruct justice, then sure, go beyond the cordon area or wherever.
You can't be talking two different things. On one instance, you're saying
they're not two different things. They're not two different things.
You gotta allow Colombo to talk. You gotta allow him to talk.
30 seconds after.
You gotta allow Colombo to talk.
Come on there. They will give you a chance. So the only thing I'm saying that we have this culture of impunity where they hold certain people. Look, I hope the folks in custody are given due process and they are given justice. But as a citizen and the Liberian people have the right to know exactly what went down with the Capitol. If this is the case that they're submitting to the court, that these are the individuals that orchestrated that particular crime, we have the right as a country to know how well our justice is served. So if they have evidence that they were not there, they will prove themselves, not responsible, and they will let them go. They've shown that goodwill already. They've let Safoko, who even made a statement in the past on the grounds of the Capitol, you understand, relating to us, to burning down the Capitol, even though that was a political statement, they let him go. Others have been let go. Why are we turning this to be a political charade so that some people can gain prominence for 2029? You're not going to come back to power. The Liberian people have decided that you guys were a bunch of looters, self-glutton individuals who are just there to enrich yourself. They're not going to give you power again. Even if you win election, I doubt if they will allow you to take seat. Hear it from me and hear it well.
Well, stand up. Right on air, you heard this man talking. You didn't say anything.
Seconds, please. First thing.
So the guys, hold on, thank you. Let's go around.
Let me get my 30 seconds, right?
Go ahead, go ahead.
First thing, Colombo keeps saying a crime was committed. No crime has been established beyond a reasonable doubt. There's allegations that the Capitol was burned. It's still an allegation. Nobody has established it in any court of law that the Capitol building was burned. So this whole issue of a crime was committed, you don't know that. You haven't seen any of the evidence of that. And you're talking about all this technology and things that the police have, and you're so confident about. You haven't seen any of it. None of the evidence has been adduced in court for us to watch and view, but we are so confident about it. The second thing is for people to keep talking here that if you go in the street and the police will manhandle you, and the police will look. People have a constitutional right to protest. Now, that right can be restricted by the police. The police can set up corridors. The police can set up designated areas where people can protest. But you can't say that, alright, that nobody should not go to the police station. Even the White House is not. The White House. People do go to the White House and protest. You can't say people can't protest, people can't get in the street. Nobody should get in the street. If you get in the street, the police will deal with you. If you go to the police, then the police will deal with you. As long as these people are gathering and they are following the laws, they're gathering peacefully, they are following the directions of police, they're orderly, they're putting the placards, they're doing that, they have a right to do that. That's guaranteed by the Constitution. You can sit there and say that the police, that Fubi keeps saying, threatening people are the police. I mean, you know, sometimes politics. I mean, somebody like the Fubi who comes here and talk about how he was wrongly taken to police station and all these things happening to him is the same person who be making all these kind of statements. It's just quite unfortunate. Look, the politics we can talk later can agree. Whether the CDC will come back it's a decision of Liberian people. The results of the last elections are there. They made that decision. They will make it in 2029. When that time reach, we will see. It is not for anybody to say, yeah, they will never come back. Even if they, I don't know how people will elect them, but when they, after they elect them, they will say they will not take seat. That's another thing. But look, let's be serious. You cannot overlook the fact that this case had political undertone from the very onset, that the police had some misconduct here, that this whole process was mired by some level of influence from the highest level. And we cannot overlook that. We want to see this process fair. We want to see these people go through the judicial process. We want to see it impartial. But we have to continue to highlight that these mishaps has been along as this case unfolded. And it's important that we highlight and we continue to educate our people that, look, this is what has been happening, and you ought to watch out for them. That's my closing, man. I gotta go.
All right, so guys, I think I'm going to open the phone line. I'll be here. I want to hear from the people. I want to hear those that are talking, but let me do my closing real quick. Not my closing, but let me just add my 2 cents to this. I was just on the phone with Baron because he posted that NSA took Funati Kofa. I was just on the phone with him. I hope to get him on. The issue remains that Funati Kofa and the rest of the guys here stay at the Liberia National Police. And I asked Baron, I hope he can call me back, let me bring him on. I said, how did you get the information that you posted? Baron said one of his NSA sources reached out to him. Everybody know Baron. So I said, well, Baron, did you reach out to Funati lawyer? He said, well, he is trying to confirm the information. I said, Baron, I'm not asking you to give me your sources information, but how true it is. He said, CEO, he been calling me, and he told me, and I posted it. Yes, the fact, folks. And I know it's a fact. I'm on the phone with folks from the Liberia National Police. Right now, as we speak, Funati is asleep. He's in the conference room of the Liberia National Police. Let me say this. Any story that I receive, I verify once, twice, triple, 100 times before I put it out. And that's what the Liberian people need to understand. We are on the show. If the information comes, it's okay to accept it, but let's verify. Today, we broke this news that Priscilla Cooper was sent home with a lawyer. When I received the information here on the show, I didn't announce it. I called her lawyer, George Calando. George Calando said, yes, I'm here with Priscilla Cooper. And I asked him, Councilor Calando, where are the others? He said, they are at the Liberia National Police headquarters. I said, can you speak? He said, Stanton, right now, I will not speak till we take Priscilla Cooper back on Monday, and I will be your guest on Monday. I reached out to all the members of the Liberia National Police. One of Funati home staff the lady took blanket for Funati. Mattresses were provided. These are information I'm not going to call name. For my fellow Liberians, it's up to you to believe whether Funati was taken to NSA. I have made all my necessary call, and I can confirm and tell you that Funati is at the Liberia National Police Party headquarters. On Monday, they will be taken to court. His lawyer, Jonathan Masakwe, will be there. And I do believe the judge will honor the bill, and they will be released on bail. Any other political conversation that comes forth, I want you to wait tomorrow. and it will be confirmed. And I will show you a picture of tonight. And I will give you information that will tell you the information that Fonati and the rest of the guys were taken to NSA or picked up by NSA. It's not only untrue, but it's 150 more % not accurate. And I must tell you, if Fonati were picked up tonight by NSA, I will be the one to inform you. So I hope we can go to bed and allow the process to be the process. Fonati is a lawyer. He will uphold the law. He will remain law-abiding. It will not be for party. It will not be for any one individual. It will be as per the Constitution. So we'll open the phone line.
Can I close, please? Because I need to rest.
Everybody close. Everybody finish closing.
No, Santa, I get 1 second.
No, guys, don't do that. I will tell all of your sport.
No. No, after running play, I can't wait second.
We have a female in studio.
No, you said about question. That was asked Remy to speak. You are now closing statement.
We're closing.
No, it was a question that you said.
All right, so we will do something strange today. Okay. Who all want us to close? Please put your hand up.
Okay. It's not about democracy, but the
who
fight.
all want us to close? Please put your hand up. If you want us to close, put your hand up.
It's not about democracy.
No.
It's not about democracy.
Honorable Gray.
No, you're not fair. You said it, man. Did not ask a question. Did not make a statement. You said question.
Honorable Gray, to you, I'm not fair. Who all want us to close?
Nobody's supposed to vote here when you cast for your boss.
Honorable Gray.
You said ask questions.
Honorable Gray, who all ask questions? You spoke for 10 minutes. Who all want us to close the show now?
But that does not mean it was closing statement.
Who all want us to close the show now? Please put your hand up. Who all want us to close the show? Please put your hand up. If you want us to close the show now that it's over, put your hand up. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Amen. The show closed for tonight. We'll go to the phone line. Thank you very much. Lorena, can you open the phone line?
No.
The show closed. I'm not telling us that your name and where you joining us from. Your name and where you joining us from.
That is bad. You give people wrong information.
You don't need to do that. Turn the show into Unity Party House. Because you just allow for that lawyer here.
Yeah, sometimes you give the people wrong information.
Your name and where you joining us from.
Okay.
Yes.
But stand on you.
Go ahead.
You know, sometimes
who wants to listen to call us?
Akara Gray talking about the rule of law. Akara Gray have never been law embodied. So for him to be the one sitting on the show today talking about the rule of law, it's a shame. And let me say this, Liberian people, do not let these people politically play you again. Always learn to follow the rules and regulations of the law. The law is the law. In Liberia, when an ordinary person get arrested and they go to the police station, they can detain them for 48 hours. Who are the lawmakers? They think they are God. They are not God. The ordinary people go through the same thing. They too should go through the same thing. The law is the law. They should stop this thing. I can't have to say when somebody made you senator or representative, that means you are above the people. You are not above the people. It's just a privilege that the people give you to serve them. So they should stop it. They should stop it. They should stop turning us against each other. The law is the law. Other lawmakers other people were arrested before. Former sitting president's son were arrested. And we said the same thing to the Liberian people. Stay home, let them go.
Thank you. I'll let you go because the call is crazy. You can call on 609-649-4206. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from? All right, go ahead. Your name. Hold on 1 minute. My phone just went. My phone locked. Yeah, go ahead. Your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening, Stato. Good evening to the panelists. My name is Mohamed Fode, and I'm calling from Brooklyn, Minnesota.
Mohamed, the phone is jammed. Let's just get to the point, please.
Yeah, quickly. Just to highlight the issue. I do remember the fire incident occurred back last year. And so if the police would take their own time investigating this matter for where they even took an international investigator from the same Minnesota to Liberia to probe into the issue. till now they cannot charge the people officially and send them to court. I think it had to do with some misunderstanding that has been allowed, something like we call political intervention. And also for Colonel Gray to be sitting on the show and be saying, citizens won't come to power. We are not even encouraging citizens to come to power. But whosoever win election for him to be saying that even if they are elected, they won't come to power. But what means they won't come to power? It's unfortunate for his age and experience to be sitting on the platform and be using.
Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, Tata.
Yeah, talk to us, my friend.
Yeah, my name is Masakwe Hamadou.
Masakwe, talk to us. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Masakwe Hamadou. I'm calling from the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, talk to us, brother.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, the clarification I wanted you to make on Spoon today is that the explanation that Musa Benete gave is no different from what Edwin Suno gave. So I think Musa Benete is still repeating the same question or concern that Edwin Suno raised. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much, guys. Don't forget, we got to keep this on a 30-second. There's a lot of people calling. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Joel Smith. I'm calling from Rextown.
Joel, talk to us real quick, my brother.
I want to ask you one question. When you were going to get married, you took like people with you, but they will come jump behind you in the street. When you break the law will deal with you. Thank you.
Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yes, your name and where you joining us from?
From Arizona.
Yeah, but talk to us now.
All right, Lance. Yes, I just wanted to say, when the shoe is not on your foot, people say rules of love, ruin love. You will not have it happy. But the next time it was, arrest UP, different government come inside, arresting UP government official or party official. That's the time they would know the shoe doesn't fit on other foot. The hypocritical thing, what we do as a Liberian, we need to stop. When something is wrong, it's wrong. And not because the CDC or UP. I see some guys on the show over there laughing and celebrating. Their time will reach.
Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, thank you for taking me. My name is Lekule Dula. I'm calling from Rochester, Minnesota.
Talk to us, Lekule.
So a few times ago, we had this impasse at the legislatures. Plenty of us were saying that it's political. There was no need for court intervention. At the end of the day, the law says the court should place that happen. So right now, we're taking it the other way now. From official the capital building, somebody bring down the capital building. That burning aspect is criminal, and the court will look inside. Let us say we understand that that's important.
Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from? Okay, we'll get back to you. Your name and where you joining us from?
I'm James Brown, call from Minnesota.
James Brown, talk to us, my brother.
Okay, Santa, thank you. I want to speak directly to Remy Gray. I want for Remy Gray to put this hatred. I know he just now trying to personalize the whole discussion. But first of
all, what are you doing on your phone?
They won't allow them to take power. It's so disgusting. Each time he on the show, he tried to personalize issue, taking issue against CDC. Is CDC now people that are in CDC are they not Liberian?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Senator, my name is Marvin Gaye, and I'm calling you from Chicago.
Marvin, talk to us.
I want to say thanks to you because the Spoon Talk has given a lot of people relevance, especially people who have lost political relevance. This show has done a lot for them to gain some kind of relevance. And I see that happening again tonight on your show. You see, there's a difference between freedom of speech and lying or trying to incite people. Saying Folati, they carry him to what you call the place, an NSA, when it's not true. That's like people desperately trying to gain some kind of political relevance. And the Spoon Talk has succeeded.
in giving a lot of them political relevance. Thank you very much. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that those people who lost their relevance try to come back some kind of way to get it. And I see that happening tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from? The line is going off, Lorena. Is your line going off? Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Lawrence Smith.
Talk to us, my friend.
Yeah, I'm calling from Dover, Delaware. I want to speak to Raymond Gray. His statement, you saying that Liberian people won't vote CDC, even if they vote CDC into power, they won't take the Liberian people with them. That's why he did back then kill people in Living Church. So thank you.
All right, my man. That's why I don't take your call. You're always going with this narrative, man. All right, Lorena, let's go back to Liberia and let's take calls from Liberia.
Okay, so we have our first call already. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Your name, where are you calling us from?
Joseph Duma calling from.
Go to the point, please.
Yeah, I want to yes and not our Lord, because I see that the previous, the past government who will tell you and kill you, but I'm happy that they not give me that information to them. At least I'm doing the best thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll take from here. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Your name, where are you calling from?
My name is Victor P. Bobo.
Okay, Victor. Straight to the point.
And I'm calling from my comfort zone. So I have just two issues to address quickly.
Yeah, please be fast.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Akara's great remarks is what I want to address firstly. The first thing is that he has no moral to speak to the issue of the judiciary on this matter. One, he was one of the reasons why the former Justice Cabinet Jani, Associate Justice rather, was removed for no reason, but he said a political movement that they had at the legislature. In fact, at that time, he was serving as the chair on legislature.
So let me progress, Lorena. Thank you, Mama.
The next caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, your name. Where are you calling us from? Straight to the point, please.
Yes, I know I'm Jumola, calling from Utah.
Okay.
We know all we're dealing for the rule of law in this country. And I believe the legislature took the lead. So we must respect the rule of law. Honestly, let us respect the rule of law. Because I would like to have don't put people in the street. Don't put people in the street. You remove cabinet that kind of way. You went to university campus, you gave your thing. Nobody put me.
Thank you. All right, we'll take another caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, your name, where are you calling us from?
This is I'm calling from Central Virginia.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I listened to the show tonight and everything that I was said. Me, what I have to say, let the law take a course. If they are found guilty, let the law take a course. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll take another caller from this side. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
You're on the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Sawa S. Senior, calling from 2017.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to tell thank you. And if you don't mind, people, this radio, this show is for everybody. It's the mouthpiece of the Liberians now. If you don't mind, people saying you just make it one-sided. Let you continue. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, we'll take you. Still taking calls?
Yeah, let's take two more and we can wrap this thing up. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, you're live on the show. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Donald Gideon Kakwa, calling from Banga to the Bonkanda this evening.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. So,
It baffles me to listen to a man as a dude talking about rule and law. Can you imagine that? This is a man that beat a woman just for giving somebody lift.
Try him out, please.
All right, 0247777. We'll take you. I think this will be the last. Good evening. Yeah, your name, where you calling us from?
I'm talking goes on calling from District 11.
All right, straight to the point, please.
Yeah, my little problem is to very good about the student use. Why you're trying to say making a friend where for what people are saying in election time, the people will raise the election, and you using statements saying the CDC won election, they will not even say shit. So what he's trying to say is come on, and then I will raise the election, or what he's trying to say that the people don't have it.
Thank you. We'll take another caller. Good evening. Good evening. You're live on the show.
Good evening.
Yes, your name, sir.
My name is William P. Dera. I call from Madrid County.
Straight to the point, please.
Thank you. You see, this show here making people relevant, like as color grading. It's in a 2011 year where the people are close. When as a color grade, one put the student where the children then get on the street where before the other people.
Thank you. Take one more from here. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, your name and where you calling us from, please.
Yeah, thank you. This is Emmanuel Dungu, and I call you from God.
Yeah, quickly, please.
I really want to appreciate the show to learn one more. The law will always be the law. Librarian is very clever. It will control the direction of the librarian of the press. Thank you.
All right. Take another one. Good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
What's your name? Where you calling from, sir?
Okay, my name is Hamilton Joe.
Go to the
I
point,
want
please.
for everybody to listen to me. Yes, woman, the president, the plan of the president, he won before he leave power, war of where in Labrador before it happened. And we're not afraid to die, we die in the country.
Thank you. So, should we still take more callers?
Again, thank you very much, my sister Lorena. Thank you for everything you continue to do for the network. Thanks to the entire team, Dama Slanga, Nelson Colette, Chodo Play Sylvester, Jerosi, Marvin, good day for I hope I'm naming Yetezi. I hope I'm naming every one of you. If I forgot any one of you, I would say I remember you. You guys did extremely well today. Well, you guys relax for the weekend. We want to appreciate all of our fans, all of our supporters out there that count on Spoon. When Gregor Kuma was speaking, like everybody tuned in, the entire Liberia, this is your network. But because of you, we come here every evening. Because of you, we come to give you the little information we think is of importance to you. Our country will get better. Regardless of which party you're from, Liberia will remain number one. President may come and president may go. Our Constitution stands and remains. So where you find yourself tonight, I can say to you, please, let justice be done to all. The law should be the law. I will take you back briefly. Gloria Musonska, under the CDC government, she was persecuted. She was found guilty. She was thrown into the pickup truck and taken to South Beach. We all witnessed it. Some Liberians say it was politically motivated, and others say it was the rule of law. Today, when President Joseph Boakai took over, our new government listened, and Gloria Musonska was set free. We are here today, my fellow Liberians, on our new scenario. I do believe our Constitution and the justice system, the law will be the law. It may take time, man. Trust me. It may bring some setback. But no man above the law. Fonati was a trained lawyer in the United States, remained a trained lawyer in Liberia. He knows the due process. If those charges leveled against them cannot be substantiated in the court of law, Fonati, Jacob Debbie, Dixon Sibo, Abu Kamara, and Priscilla Cooper will walk. And on that day, we'll go back to respecting the rules of law and the Constitution. I will ask all Liberians, don't take to the street. Enough is enough. Let justice be done. I wish Fonati and the rest of the guys well. 4 o'clock this morning, I woke up and we've been on this story. I've been calling around, I've been asking questions, I've been getting ready to make this show. And I can say to you, Fonati is at the Liberia National Police as we speak, he and the rest of the guys. There's no torturing, there's no harm, they didn't beat them. The clothes Fonati had on and the rest of the guys that they took in there, they still have the clothes on. The only best person that can tell every one of us that they were being beaten on, abused, would be their lawyer. All the lawmakers went in there today. Mama Bridge was there. They spoke to them. And I can name the rest of lawmakers that were there. This may be hard. You know, I champion Fonati. And I stood in the face of the government and Richard Cohn. I said, you guys are illegally removing Fonati Kofa. We on the show champion that. You can remember. And the government listened. And they went for an election and Richard Cohn won. That was the rule of law. It may not be to your liking, but election was held. Musa Hassan Belete ran against Richard Cohn, and Richard Cohn won for the speakership. And we celebrated Liberia. This too will come to an end. So why George Weah wasn't there? Why he can call the truth? My friend, we allow the law to be the law. We all will come down and allow the process to continue. May God bless our state. May God save our people. May God allow the Constitution to remain the supreme law of the land. So till we meet again tomorrow to discuss other issues, go to bed, be safe, be calm, and then Liberia will prevail. Have a good rest. Now we can all go to bed in peace, and tomorrow we'll give
But Pastor, can you give us like a second to talk something as well?
We'll give you more information on the status of this case. So then, Lorena?
Yeah, but Pastor, you gave her a wrong information.
Excuse me, Ashley. Lorena, have a good night and be blessed. Honorable Gray, Fubi, Councilor, thank you very much for your contribution on the show tonight. Have a good night, Lorena, and have a good night to all of you. Bye-bye.
Good night.
All right, so that's how we come to the end of another top-notch presentation of Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk returns at 8. Yeah.
Any boy right in the South, to get your information. More
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't know. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. If you eat keep gradually, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's not about TV. It's not about TV.